Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the show today. Very happy to have you here with us. Hopefully you've had yourself a good past couple of weekends. It is a beautiful, gorgeous, sunny day, not too hot. I got myself half a cup of lukewarm coffee. But we're going to sit here and with some friends and talk about some entertainment news as usual. Last week, Thundera was a bit under the weather, and I had a house full of guests. It was a big holiday here in Japan, so everybody and their brother literally was back here, which is weird. Usually they only come back for like a couple of other holidays, not this one. I don't know why, but I did have a lot of people in the house, so it all kind of worked out correctly. But nevertheless, let me go over here and hit that like and share button. I am joined by a lady. Hello, lady.
Hello, Chester. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good.
I
Are
have
you?
missed you desperately.
Oh, I see. Are you auditioning for the next Wuthering Heights 2?
You think I should? They have room for an old fat lady that's white.
Well, maybe. I mean, the last one didn't really have much of the proper accent at all. It's like they didn't even try. But that's modern Hollywood, isn't it? Um,
Isn't it?
uh, it
Mm.
is. Now, of course, I will say right off, Happy Mother's Day, because I think today is Mother's Day, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And tell your wife, extend it from me to her.
Oh, very good. She always makes that comment. My comment is always the same. You're not my mother. But my kids, of course, call and say hi and do all that kind of stuff. Um,
How are your kids doing, by the way?
oh,
I
they're
know
doing
you talked about your son buying a condo or something similar to that.
He did. He did buy his first house. And I thought he paid too much for it, but live and learn. He'll learn. He makes plenty of money, so it's not that big a deal in the long run. And he's always got daddy as a backup anyway. But
Oh, yeah, I got daddy as a backup. Does he have daddy's habit of what he drives?
no, he doesn't. He's not into cars at all.
So
He's
lucky. He is
Yeah,
so lucky.
yeah.
Or
I
so I
guess
am.
that's true. Because I'm still uh, pondering buying a Ferrari Roma.
You
which I
faded
should
on me.
which I shouldn't be. I said I'm still pondering on buying a Ferrari Roma, which I should not be. That's just stupid. So, but people
Rent
are
one for a
people.
week
I
or
could,
for a month
I could do that.
and then think about the licenses, the taxes, the upkeep,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and then look
Uh,
at your car and say, I'm sorry, I thought about cheating on you.
that's true because I do love my car. I do have a great car. I enjoy thoroughly. But I really love these current Romas. But it's stupid. I don't even know why I talk about it because I'm not going to spend that
Every
much.
man has a dream. That's why.
That's true. That's the point of it. But yeah, it's that's just stupid. It's just too much money, you know. Anyway, everything over here seems to be working just fine, although that's still loading. I don't know what that is. But we'll see if the chat starts yelling at me. Uh, but uh, but yeah, no, he's doing well. He's doing all the things he's supposed to do. He's got a baby. He's got a new house. He's got a really good job.
He's going to make you a papa.
Here he did. I already have. I am a grandfather. So
I didn't hear about that. How did I
yeah.
not hear about
Well, no, it was about 30, about a little over a month ago. She had the baby. And we went to the Shinto ceremony for because they do like first 30 days, then 100 days. They have like the Asians have a lot of stuff they do with life and death that kind of pulls everybody in, to do stuff. So
Poof, he
one day,
appears. Poof,
yes,
he appears.
yes,
Good.
we do have. I believe that
Okay.
is the Puffin, though. That's not a Thundero.
Yes. I was summoned.
Oh, you
Yes,
were.
I
Well,
summoned you.
hello, summoned person. But yeah, and my daughter, she's married, and they're doing very well as well.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, no,
Not pregnant yet, huh?
no, I'm gonna have to start throwing heavy objects at her, I guess. Uh, but but yeah, no, I'm real lucky. My kids got raised proper. Of course, I live in a community that's very helpful in doing so. They went
Yeah.
on and they've done all this stuff, and things are going really well. So just knock wood. I'm
Yeah.
waiting for the ripple because there always is one, right?
That's
Yeah.
life.
It is life. Yeah,
It
uh,
happens.
it does. But my wife and I are healthy, no issues, things moving forward. I need to stop working so much. That would be good.
Yes, I'm
Yep.
sure she would agree with that.
Nah,
Then you
I
can.
think she's good with it.
Have you already sold your yacht, or haven't yet? Or you still
No,
want to sail?
I have sold it. Yeah,
Ah,
yeah. Because I
Then
was
you
looking.
can have more time to work on your tabletop ideas.
No, actually, what I'm going to do is buy a J class.
Oh.
Yeah,
by what?
I updated my license. I had a license good enough for that one, but I didn't have a license here. Japan's not like other places. Uh, a license is based on testing, and size is less of an issue. But here in Japan, it's all about size, really. So I had to get a little commercial license to drive to pilot anything over 21 meters. And J class, of course, is 100 plus 100. The one I'm looking at is 109 feet.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Good thing you entertain businessmen, right?
well, yeah, but I've been looking at and dealing with that longer than I was been doing that other thing, dude.
Okay. No,
It's
I just
just,
mean extra money for the gas.
oh, well, the idea is not to use gas, it's a sailing vessel. But but yeah, you're right. But it's just like the other one. I mean, the Swan was built in 91, right? The one I've sold. So it's old, and this J class is a little bit like a decade younger. But they're not new. They're old. I can't afford a new boat. That's ridiculous.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
millions and millions of dollars now. It's insane how much they've become. So it's an old thing. I'm going to have to do the same thing I did with the Swan. I'm going to have to go in and just refurbish it. But I do have some of those skills. So,
Here's
uh,
Thundaro.
yeah, I see. He's what is
Okay,
he?
we have 3 of the 4 people we normally play with. Tomorrow
Three
night, yes or no? Can we play?
tomorrow night?
He
Tomorrow's
means Tuesday
Tuesday. No, I
night.
mean Tuesday night. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just been waiting for you guys to tell me. What is
This will
that?
be your last Tuesday, correct, Thundero?
I could do 1 or 2 more, but yeah, it'll be for the summer. Yeah,
Is that
So I
Harvey
say
Milk?
no.
Okay.
This image is so
I thought
Elon
we lost
Musk.
you. Okay.
No, I'm here. Elon Musk has been having his little trial against Sam Altman over the AI scandal, right? They've been suing each other and blah blah blah. And during the cross-examination of Elon Musk, he was eviscerating the other guy's attorney so badly that was his face. So somebody drew, because you know how they do court drawings, right? They don't if they
Right.
don't have it live, somebody does a drive. That was the guy's face. The way he looked at the attorney when Elon was eviscerating him, and I thought it was funny that the guy who does the court drawings decided to very very clearly and with great aplomb, if you will, Chester,
Yeah.
show this man's reaction. So
I see.
I said this will be me. This is my thing.
Okay. So what's the
Yep.
controversy? Why are they in court over AI?
Well, Musk funded originally what would effectively become ChatGPT.
Uh-huh.
He helped fund it because he was under the impression they were going to do it for free, effectively. It was going to be a free service. It was going to be one of these open source situations, right? It was a non-profit organization originally. Well, Sam Altman, the guy who was also in there, and then his co-conspirators conspired, quite literally, to get Elon out of the way so that they could take it public and make billions of dollars.
Right.
And
Which
that's what they did.
happens, I see, which happens to Elon in every business he starts. Just keep that in
Yeah.
mind.
So Elon said, fuck you, and sued him. And that's where we're at.
I see. All right, cool. Well, Elon's been pushed out of every damn company. It's just the way it is. He's
And he always seems to win. I don't know why we keep trying this move, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, but Chat GPT. I mean, I get what it is in its thing, but neither one of them created learning programs.
No.
So
no, it's the real issue isn't the copyright to ChatGPT or any of that. It's the fact that they was supposed to be nonprofit. They then took a nonprofit's function and all of its its stuff, all of its property, and made it profitable, which is illegal. You can't switch a nonprofit organization, non-tax organization, to a taxable organization without a lot of paperwork. Right? It's really difficult to do, and they didn't do any of that. They just straight up yeeted it, basically, which is fraudulent because they had investors like Elon who went into it only because they thought it was going to be a nonprofit.
Well, to be
so
fair,
after all that happened, Elon was like, yeah, it is. So after all that happened, Elon was like, well, okay, I'll just do my own again, which is what happened last time with Tesla and even space, like all of them. So that's where he's at. That's why he made XAI. That's why he made Grok. That's why he made all of that stuff, because the people that he was working with originally screwed him over and screwed over all their investors.
I see.
And,
honestly, out of all this stuff that's been going on recently, I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard anything out of the Samuel family. Seeing as he's dead now, of course, but seeing as Papa is the one that created learning programs, and what was that shit? That's like almost 70 years ago, dude. That's a long time ago, right? But I think Arthur Samuel died in early 90s, if I recall. But I haven't heard anything out of them because a lot of people are making money off his stuff, and I'm sure he must have family. He must be survived by family. I don't know that, actually.
Well, a lot of those old-timey guys did it all free because, one, there wasn't really law to protect a lot of it. It was so new, these new technologies and these computer programs and stuff. The law still hasn't really caught up to it, to be honest. It's a mess, which is why this case is happening with Elon, because they were able to do all that because the law isn't. It is fraud, in my opinion, but it's loosey-goosey. You can kind of get away with stuff. So he might not have any legal claim to it, even if
Maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys out there with stuff like that.
We're play testing a new game for Puffin on his channel tonight.
Nice.
So
Good.
I'm gonna let you guys go, and we'll see you on Tuesday at 7:00 Central Time.
All right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
I
Mhm.
will be there.
All right.
I'll be there.
So, yep. And Daryl
Yeah.
can't speak for GOP, but we'll
Because
get
he
the
got a
word.
new job. We'll try to
Yeah.
get him there.
Oh, nice. He got a new job. That's good. What's he
He's
do?
working security.
Oh, cool. I'm glad to hear it. Of course, that's a far cry from him running in the locomotive fields, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he was doing security for like the football team in his state, like in Arizona or something. So it's not bad, but the problem is like I think Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday he has to wake up at like 6 a.m.
I see. All right. Well, I'll be there, and we'll figure it out. How about that?
Okay. Sounds like a
And
winner.
I'll send messages to my two other people and let them talk with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
And of
Later,
course-
Gator. Love you all.
Bye.
And of course, anybody else, bye Puffin. Anybody else who's interested in being involved in Bugbear's Basement, we'll be doing role playing stuff, of course, is more than welcome to give a shout out. Yeah, AI. It is interesting that we keep using this term even though we don't have any AI at all. I haven't seen hide nor hair of AI yet. Why did
No,
that
no.
happen? You think? Why did they term it
More
AI?
provocative.
Is it?
And because most people don't know the difference, right? They don't know the difference between virtual intelligence, which is what this is, and artificial intelligence. Functionally to your average user, it's going to feel the same, right? It's going to
Yeah,
take
but
somebody with intelligence to get it to be stupid, basically.
that's true.
Which is how you'll prove it's actually intelligent, is if you can prove it's stupid.
That's right.
Um,
But yeah,
that's how
no.
you do it.
If we had AI, we'd be in court. They'd be in court
Yeah.
because you'd have advocates saying you can't, sell something
Oh, they have them.
sentient. Yeah, they might. They might.
I've been saying for many years, if we're going to pursue this artificial intelligence, and I don't personally think we can actually achieve it, not sapient, maybe sentient, but not sapient. If we're going to do this, we're going to have to redefine what a person is very quickly, or we're going to run into a lot of problems.
Well, I don't think we should pursue it.
I don't either. Not that far. Virtual intelligence is fine. That's something that can be controlled easily, but artificial is a very, very bad idea. Very, very bad idea.
Although the Chinese,
yeah, they're not going to stop.
Well, they're playing with fire, is what they're doing, because they have all their shills. They put out a lot of money to get people to say good things about China, and there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
A lot of them. They got spies everywhere. I mean, in the universities particularly. And they're really pushing that China's the future, right? China is already in the future with all their robots, and they love to brag about it. But the problem is, none of that is actually robotics. It's all remote controlled stuff. There are no robotics going on in China that I'm aware of. Now, I'm sure there are some secret programs because China has no morality whatsoever. Zero.
What? China? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That can't be true.
No, they that's the problem. China is willing to go there in a blink of an eye, and we're not.
China is asshole. That's the problem.
Yeah. And that is a problem. As much as people complain about America's overreach, which is not wrong, but America just doesn't have. We don't have that in us to go that far. And if a government gets caught doing that, our government, it's going to be in big trouble, right? Now we know
We would hope.
Well, we know they've done nasty stuff before.
Yeah.
During World War II, everyone talks about the Japanese camps in China where they were testing the diseases, and of course we use all of those things, those medicines today. Yay! We talk about Mengele, of course, in Poland for the Germans, the Nazis, and all of his just evil crap that he was doing. And of course, we use all those medicines and procedures today, so shut up. But at the same time, America was doing some nasty stuff, dude. But it didn't come out because we're the good guys.
Well, the reality of it is America is the good guys. That doesn't mean there's not facets of us that does bad things. Throughout the course of history, I would say on a global scale, there's never been a country that's been more the good guy than America. And that's not just because I'm American. Just like look at what the things we do just because our Navy goes all around the world and saves people for no reason. We don't have to do that. We just do it because it's what we do.
Well, I think the easiest argument for that is actually much simpler. Before the Americans said, no, we're not going to rape and pillage.
Yeah, and that's not how we do it.
And screw you if you do so. And now when you look today outside of, the typical culprits, pretty much the entire planet follows the American model, which doesn't rape and pillage, right?
Right.
We changed that. America did that. Nobody else did that. The Brits didn't do that. The Europeans, no. We did that. So that in and of itself is a big deal, right? That we're
the first. I would say, this is just my opinion, we're the first truly Protestant country.
Yeah.
The other countries converted to Protestantism, but they weren't founded on Protestant beliefs and ideals like America was.
As usual. Like if you go to Africa, we talk about all the Muslim countries in Africa. Well, they're Muslim in name only, right? They're not really Muslim. So that's the same problem with Europe. They're, with the Lutherans in Germany, and there's hardly any real Protestantism over there at all. They mix with the Catholics, and the Catholic ideal is still dominant. But no, America is 100% founded on Protestantism. That is
Yeah.
100% true. Yeah.
And I think
Hello,
that's why you see that,
Mark.
to be honest with you.
Nah,
Hey, good Mike.
probably.
I think that's why you see that is Protestantism, for all of its faults, and there are many, especially modern American Protestantism, is too pacifistic. Protestants were not pacifists. Um, the the core of it is to follow Jesus' teachings as much as you can without an intermediary, right? So the way the Catholic Church theologically believes is they're the intermediary between you and God, effectively,
Well,
on earth.
don't joke around it, dude. They don't even believe in God anymore.
Well, that's what they teach, right? I know in their core doctrine they don't even they basically worship Satan, if we're being honest.
Philosophers.
Uh, But in their core doctrine, right, in the magisterium, that's what they believe. They believe that it's here's how it goes. It goes person, church, then to God, Jesus, then to God.
Okay.
Or basically that order. Whereas the Protestants, they get rid of all that, right? They say, no, Jesus said directly, I'm coming for you.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to establish my church, but you're part of the church, so
Well,
let's talk.
you know what my real problem with Protestantism is?
Hmm.
And it's a big one. It's almost unforgivable. And it's not actually the Protestants doing it at all. But
Hmm.
if you look at all these wokies, these progressives, these just absolute shrill harpies that are constantly causing trouble across the entire Western world, if you look what
Yep.
they're doing, they're basically Protestants. They're
Yeah.
taking the Protestant playbook and they are following it by the letter, to the
They don't
letter.
want to hear this. A lot of Christians, especially fundamentalists, don't want to hear this, but wokeism, as we call it, is just a Christian heresy.
It
That's
is.
what it is.
It is.
Just as Christianity is a Judaic heresy and Islam is a Christian heresy, that's what they are. But nobody wants to say that because how dare you? But it's
Right.
just the truth. Like,
It
just
is.
look at it. That's what it is.
So so it's I'm actually not mad at the Protestants at all. But
No,
they did lay out
I am for other reasons,
a
but yeah, not for that
blueprint.
one.
Well, they laid out a blueprint that has been abused badly.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Things are disintegrating, but at the same time not in many fields, including Islam. I mean, Islam's having a lot of struggles right now, which is a good thing.
Good. Yes,
But
that's a good thing for the world. That's a win.
well, it is because a big problem with Islam is because their doctrine is so lacking in evidence, particularly what the Quran says. They have to
Right.
constantly make up stuff, and there's a lot of people that will talk about Aisha, and there's a lot of things you can complain about, and they go after, but it's not the smart thing because they don't care that their leader had a 9-year-old, married her at 6, and had sex with her at 9. They don't care about that at all. They're still doing that. But there is one point I think that hardly anyone ever talks about is what you should be pushing. They always say that the Quran is the final word of God, right? The
Yeah.
final perfect unmolested word of God. Now that's not true anyway, but that's what they say. However, um, you then what you all you have to do, it's super simple. You say, "Oh, it is." Well, where does it say that?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, because they say, no, the Jewish and Christian stuff, we respect their prophets, but they are a corrupted form. Okay. Where does it say that?
Not in the
Because
Quran.
not in the Quran, because in the Quran it says actually, and this is the problem. Actually, the Jewish and Christian scripts are motivated, inspired by God. They say that.
Correct.
They are
Correct.
inspired by God and must be respected. And then they say that the Quran is the most recent giving of God's word. But the
Right.
problem is, so all right, so which one is correct then? Your book says that you must honor and respect the Jews and Christians because their stuff is given by God and therefore right. And then your
Right.
stuff is given by God and is right. Now, if they were the same teaching, no problem. It's just a more modern version of God's word, but they contradict constantly. So now you have a problem. Well, okay, if your book says that the Jews and Christians are from God, and yours is
Mhm.
from God, then why should there be any contradiction whatsoever? Right? And the
Right.
problem they have is the Quran does not deal with this at all. And you'll see a lot of Muslims will get up and say that they're corrupted. And it's like, where are you getting this from? The Quran
Mm-hmm.
says the opposite. But of course,
Mm-hmm.
none of them read their book any more than the Jew. Well, the Jews are probably the most literate when it comes to their beliefs, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But the Christians don't read the Bible. Muslims don't read the Quran. None of the Buddhists even know what the name of a book is.
Well,
I'm not
have
joking,
you
dude.
seen the names of those books?
Well, the Nihon Shoki, the Kojiki, it's not that I read them. And you know, the sad thing is, I've read these books, but none of the Japanese have. I've run into priests that don't even know them.
That's amazing, but
But
not surprising.
yeah, but I mean, that's the real argument with Islam. Your book says those things are great. Why are you hating them? It
Right.
says it tells you the opposite. It tells you that you should honor and respect your brothers, is what it says. Now, in the
Mhm.
Hadith, that little Muhammad guy who never really existed, let's be fair. There was other
All
people
right
that
away.
wrote this. They're the ones that are giving the dhimmi tax and all that stuff. That has nothing to do with the Quran at all. Matter of fact, I've read the 9 volumes, or the one I read was 9 volumes of the Hadith,
I think
and
there's 9. Yeah.
it contradicts the hell out of the Quran almost every
Mm-hmm.
damn paragraph, dude. It's shocking.
Mhm.
It's like they're not connected. I don't know. I mean, like I said, the modern version of Islam is only about 400 years old, really. Not even, less than 400 years old.
Right.
The totality of the Islam we're dealing with today, right? It's not very old. But I don't know what happened, but somewhere along the line, it's like they took 2 complete ideologies and then set them side by side. Because one, the Hadith is very much a military set of rules, really, is what it is. And the
Right.
Quran is just a rip-off of the Torah
Yep.
and various ideas of the New Testament. So I have no clue, dude. But I do know that the easiest argument to make against a Muslim is you say that these are corrupted texts. Where does the Quran tell you this? And it doesn't. So that's the
Well, they'll
easiest
still go.
argument.
Well, my imam or whoever said that's it's very similar to the arguments you'll hear from Catholics when you tell them things that they believe are simply not in the Bible. And that's fine if that's what you want to believe, but you can't say this is your holy scripture and then just make up stuff like
Oh,
confessing to a priest. That's not in there. That's not in the Bible at all. Where'd that come from?
It's not. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the one book. Of course, the Book of Enoch is great read. If you haven't,
Yep.
if you love fantasy aspect of religions, Enoch is great. But another book I would suggest that all religious people read, just because it's a very interesting perspective, is the Gospel of Judas.
Yep.
Have it, give
It's
it a
pretty
read.
interesting.
It is, because that
I would
is
like to
a
find
Gnostic text, right?
a confirmed Gospel of Mary Magdalene because it exists.
It does.
But
No, it does.
from what I understand, we haven't confirmed the ones that we found are, remotely legitimate. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I understand. But I would love to read that, the real version, like what supposedly was written by her. That would be very interesting to me. It'd be very interesting to me, I think, because she is a very maligned figure, even though she's half-heartedly exalted, right? She's not given the same, what we'll call it, the same
Respect.
exaltation. Yeah, there you go. As the other disciples,
Oh, no,
and she was his first one besides his mom and his cousin.
Dude,
Like, what are we talking about?
they took his right-hand girl and turned her into a whore. I mean, come on.
Yes.
You're kind of soft selling that shit.
I'm being nice, Chester. No, you're right. It's strange to me. I would love to read her perspective on all of it. right? Because she was there from day one. Basically, he started his ministry with her. It was saving her.
I've read all the Gnostic texts and
Mhm.
some of the ones that people argue are legitimate or not, like the one you're talking about. And they are
Yeah.
very interesting, but you have to understand what, why are there 66 books in the Bible? It's a really wonderful number they chose, don't you think? By
Interesting.
those universals, or sorry, Catholics, right?
Uh-huh.
However, when Constantine threw them into that compound and said, "You ain't coming out till you unify yourselves," and they
Figure
created the
this out.
66 books, right? Um,
Hmm.
what you had going on in there is a war of the Mistrans and the Gnostics, right? And in the end, the Mistrans won. Oh, no, that's opposite. The Gnostics, the Mistrans won, but the Gnostics ended up doing a split off later and becoming the Eastern Orthodox Church, right? After quite a bit of time, actually. And that's under Justinian. That's a whole bunch of history we don't need to get into. But the reason the Mistrans won was because that's what Constantine wanted, because he is a Mistran, right? And that's what you get with the choices of the books that are in the Bible. It's a Mistran choice. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from mysticism is the core of Christianity. It is. So that's okay. It's where you get all the good fun stories from. And of course, you got the Torah being dropped on top of it, right?
Hmm.
But because there was a political battle going on, and a lot of those, priests and head priests and stuff like that were from the kind of the richer Roman areas, they were very against these Gnostics, and because of that political warfare, you saw pretty much every single Gnostic book dropped out, even though many of the books who survived in the Bible today reference all of them. Right? You talk
Right.
about Mary Magdalene, she is referenced in the Bible outside of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Hmm.
Interesting, right? But of course, her book's not in there. The Book of Enoch, which is referenced many times in not only in the New Testament but in the Old Testament, the Torah,
Yep.
right?
Yep. He was
That's
the
what they
most
left out.
prolific prophet,
Yeah,
Enoch, and
yeah.
they took him out of there. Said, we don't need that in there. That don't suit our narrative. Let's get that out.
So it is and we can have a long conversation. We won't, but we can have a long conversation about that. And it's interesting politically what
Yep.
happened, because this is the problem with religion, right? I shouldn't say religion. I'm making the same mistake everybody else does. Faith, right?
Mm.
Because faith is made up of two things: religion and philosophy. Now, a
Mm.
religious person, a faith-based person, would use the word spirituality instead of philosophy. But who cares? It's the same damn thing, right? So you
Yep.
got religion, you got philosophy. These two things make up faith. And the interesting thing to me, it's I've always found curious, is you really can't talk about religion very much because people get upset.
They do.
But you can talk all day about philosophy, can't you?
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that interesting? But the reason I mention that is because there's not a lot of philosophy that was allowed to pass to end, be in the end product after Nicaea. There's hardly any philosophy in the Bible at all. It's
Yes.
shocking. And all the stuff they cut out was the philosophical stuff, because the
Mm.
Gnostics were much more interested in the nature of God and the nature of man and what happens when you die. They were
Yes.
mostly philosophy. And the law and history, yeah, that's important, cool, right? But
Mm.
so most of the philosophy was kicked out of the Bible because of politics. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Yes.
You know?
And then it happened again even later that with the modern versions of Christianity, especially the Catholics, where they've demystified everything.
They did. Yeah,
They did that for political reasons too, and it's not good. I don't think. I think you've lost something very core to,
Sure.
especially Christianity, the mysticism, the mystical, the fantastical. There's no reason to run from it. This
I
is
agree.
supposed to be. You said the magic word: a faith-based operation.
Faith.
It's okay for things to be mystical when faith's involved. That's fine. Stop trying to logic your way into things that are
Well,
illogical.
they went full Christopher Nolan, and you should never do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't go full Christopher Nolan. That's a bad thing to do. But yeah, and of course, when I maybe I should quantify it a little bit. When I say religion, I mean law,
Yes,
right? Law,
the order,
history, law has nothing to do with God. It's
organization.
just the law, right? And that's fine.
Right.
Societies need this. Philosophy is the God stuff, right? And it's a
Mm.
real shame. And actually, there are many interesting Gnostic. If you're a Christian, you should read these books. Now, you don't have to go take it to your church and say, this is the law. You don't make trouble. But, have a read of them, man, because they are part of your history. They are part of
Yep.
the religion. They are the oldest
Yep.
parts, actually. Keep in mind, a lot of the stuff that ended up in the Bible after Nicaea are much more modern versions, especially whoever that Paul guy was,
Don't,
right?
Chester. Don't.
All right.
Don't get me started on that
Okay.
hypocrite thicker. Don't do
I
it.
don't even think he's one dude. I don't think it's one dude. But anyway. But here is my suggested reading, though. Other than Mary Magdalene one, the Gospel of Judas, which is very interesting. Actually, the I think the coolest one is the book of Adam and Eve versus Satan is how it translates.
Mm.
I know it's not as cool. A lot of the other books have cooler names, right? But
Mhm.
it's just, and the whole book is actually the only person speaking in it is Eve,
Mm.
right? And her husband has just died. She died sick. He died on a Friday as he was made, right? So, there's
Right.
a lot of that numerology going on. She died 6 days later. And it's just her talking about her life, talking about her worry because she got kicked out of Eden. She was like the last person who had seen it, the last person
Right.
who had experience with it. And she was so mortified that her children, as they were around her, and future generations would never experience the absolute awe of it. And she was actually besides herself. And of course, she wasn't eating, she wasn't drinking, is why she died 6 days later.
Thanks, Eve.
Thanks. But during that, she has a bit of a revelation. God comes to
Mm.
her, shows that no, Adam was punished, but we did bring him up, and we're going to bring you up too. But
Right.
it's just the whole dialogue in that is really interesting because Eve is talking about how she feels. She's talking to her children. You have a lot of interesting ideas of what that early community looked like. It's a cool little book, dude. If you're a Christian and you haven't read it, you should. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue with your priest whether it's canon or not. Doesn't matter. It's just an interesting read. The words
Right.
of and Eve, and of course, we can understand very clearly why was that book left out, because some of the books were very low use amongst many of the different Christian groups. Okay, fine.
Right.
Right. Okay, fine. But this book was quite common amongst a lot of them, right? But the problem is you're dealing with Romans because
Yeah.
these are Romans. And Romans, women have a lot of things to say and do, sure, but women are not in charge of anything. And they're certainly not priests. That whole idea of women can't be priests is coming from the Romans, right? Many societies around the world have female priests, right?
Right.
And
And
therefore,
priestesses.
they didn't put that book because each book we know why it didn't go in. We do have this data, right? That book
Mm.
didn't go in because they didn't like the idea of a female proselytizing, because that's what she was doing.
Right.
She was giving the word of God, and they hate that shit. That's
Right.
why Mary Magdalene's book isn't in there, because it can't have a woman that has been spoken to by God and then she recites it or gives her opinion. You can't have that, right?
Mhm.
And it's unfortunate that we have been under the heel of these Mediterranean, Arabic, Persian ideals on women, when, especially with you and I, and maybe a piece of Grimlock, we are we are the Gallic and the Aryan people, right?
Right.
And we've never had trouble with women having opinions, voice, and leadership. That's not our culture. That's theirs,
Mhm.
right? And although I guess if you're a Christian, you can appreciate what Constantine did, they didn't do it correctly.
Well, you also have to remember our women are sane, at least more so than Arabic and Persian women. They're crazy. You ever met one? They're insane people. These women. So I kind of get it. Like a lot of these things that come to pass didn't just come to pass on a lark, right? There was a reason we got from point A to point B. Usually that reason is violence, but still, there was a reason we got from point A to point B. And it's I think one of the reasons why you see in a lot of like the northern and in Western Europeans having more of an equality mindset is because
they always have.
Yeah, it's because the people were just more amicable to that, more able to the reason they were is because they're high trust societies. The Arabic world is not. They are forced trust societies. There's such violence from their governments,
fear, which is why the Democrats love them so much.
Yeah. So they didn't have to worry as much, right? The females, especially, were very motherly. They had a very mothering culture, a lot less promiscuous. Even though they were even though they were typically more forgiving of such a thing, it was still far less common. Which is very interesting, right? So there was just a different moral fiber from these people because of their culture and their genetics and their environment than there was of these other peoples. And I think that's one of the reasons why you end up where you do. The reason why Islam is so radical when it comes to a lot of stuff, I think, is because it was a necessity. Those places are not easy. Like look at Russia. Russia's not an easy place to govern.
No.
I'm just using them as an example. Not everywhere is northwestern Europe where the people are chill.
And of course, they're military-based thing. So you want a complete and utter discipline and no questions asked. But yeah, one thing I have noticed, to make a bit of a segue, Grimlock, is how many more and more people on YouTube, white people, who are sounding more and more prejudiced.
Yep.
I'm not going to use the word racist because that gets used incorrectly. But they are definitely prejudiced. I mean, full on core, prejudice. And the thing is I'm like, well, shit, about goddamn time. Well,
took them long enough.
Dude, that's the white people's problem. They're too kumbaya. They are.
Yes.
They always been this way because we're the busy bees of history. We're the ones running around, interacting with everyone, and bringing everything here and there. That's what we are. We're not we're not the smartest people. We're not anything. We're the middle. We're always the middle, but we're the
most daring. I would say,
because we're constantly moving. The wanderlust gene in us is strong.
Yeah,
as Yoda would say. And because of that, we're super friendly, super interactive, and we give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and we want everyone to get along and be happy, kumbaya. That's our problem. That's our greatest strength and our greatest weakness at the same time. Boy, double-edged swords, right? And that is why we're getting, knocked out in a lot of places. Keep this in mind.
Oh, shit.
There are many groups, many peoples, including white liberals, who are cheerfully, gleefully applauding the day that there are no white people left in America. Right?
Yes.
And at the same time, you can ask, well, okay, well, where's the white people's homeland then? Where do they get to survive? Oh, not Europe, because they're just wiping that out left and right. Their leaders have done everything they can to destroy that. So, okay, white people need to be removed and wiped out from America and Europe. So where the hell do we go? Oh, that's right, genocide. That's the deal.
Yep.
And the reason why it's got that far is because we're not pushing back. Because we're all kumbaya, like, oh, well, they didn't really mean it. No, the fuck they didn't. We need a lot more. We need to become more like the rest of the people on the planet. We need to become more.
We used to be.
Well, we've never really bit into it, though. I don't think we have, dude.
No, because it's not. We don't have the Constitution for it, but we still did it in principle for a very long time, and ever since then, the world has done nothing but punish the Anglo, especially, for daring to raise them up out of the muck. How dare you? We liked our muck. and that's really what it
Yeah,
is.
well, that's a whole nother conversation, of course. And it's not
That's what
wrong.
they're mad about. At
It
the end of
may
the day,
be,
they're mad
it may be.
that Whitey came and made them not be. Said, okay, you're not going to live in shit anymore. We're not. That's not how we're doing this. That's wrong.
Well,
Your gods are stupid. Get rid of them.
right. Me
Basically,
personally,
the white man came and made them, tried to make them better,
right,
and it didn't
which
work for most of them.
stop that.
Yeah. The only ones that seemed to work for were the East Asians, but that's because they're the same thing. They're just a little different looking. But they're basically us.
They're basically the same. They're just more cautious. They take a lot longer to get there, where we'll literally run into the fire, and we'll have people die, but there's always more to run into the fire. That's the only difference, yeah. But then again, I mean, you're getting into a whole nother conversation now. But I mean, we can take a look at, say, Cuba. No, that's not even a good conversation, because Cuba does maintain. What's the most famous thing about Cuba today? Their cigars and their old 50s cars, which still work.
Yeah, that
Right?
still run. They won't let them die.
I'm telling you, probably some of the best damn mechanics on the planet are sitting in Cuba.
Oh, sure. That's why we need to go take it. I'm for it. I'm for us making that another territory. Chester, I said it when Trump got elected. I said there's only one way he's righting this ship. We're going to have to expand again. And what's he been doing? Expanding. That's what he's been doing.
But I think the island of Grimlock,
the Dominican Republic in Haiti.
What's the island that Haiti and Dominica are on?
Oh, I don't know the name of the island.
Oh no, that's going to irritate me. Please find that.
Is it Martinique? It's not Martinique, right?
No.
No, that's
anyway,
another
Martinique is further east.
Yeah, that's a different
yeah.
But could you find the name of the island? But nevertheless, it's a perfect example. It's a perfect example, right?
Yes.
You have Haiti, which is all Africans, right? And you have Dominica, the Dominican Republic, which are all Latinos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look at them side by side. Haiti is an absolute disaster because the French have given up long ago, so no one is managing anything. The Americans don't really give a shit, even though they act like they do, right?
Yeah.
So it's
a nice virtue signal.
They eat mud cakes.
That's right.
Right? And I saw some dumb American black girl on the YouTubes. I think it was a short. And she was so excited to try a mud cake. And I'm like, and then she tried a bite of it. And then she was like, that didn't taste like I thought it was. It's really bad. It's kind of chalky. Yeah.
This is just mud. Yep. Mud. That's just mud. But anyway, that's what you're eating.
Disaster. Everything that was built by the French has fallen and decayed. Because keep in mind that was before what happened in South Africa, and that's all fallen apart too after apartheid. But you got absolute decay, destruction, chaos, no rule, just disaster. And then right next to it, literally on the same damn island, you have the Latinos of Dominica, and they maintain everything. It's fairly manageable. It's a place you could actually vacation to, right? Night and day on the same damn island between one group and another group, right? And I really hope that we don't go and put our fingers in that. What I would like is to see, just give it to the Dominicans, right? Take all the Haitians, bring them back to wherever they came from when those French stole them and bought them from their own people selling them. You know that. Take them all back over there and just give the whole island to the Dominicans. And then we take Cuba, and we have Puerto Rico, Dominica, and Cuba, and have ourselves a beautiful little resort shit going on. That'd be nice.
If I'm not mistaken, that had happened before.
Yeah, no, it has. Yeah. But before the Haitians raised up in their slave revolt and murdered all their masters, Haiti was actually pretty nice. And of course, we do have people in our government who are part of all those slave trade things, Jamaica particularly, with Kamala Harris. Do not forget that her family were the slave owners in Jamaica. That was them. So I love how she's conveniently a white person, an Indian person, or a black person, depending where she's standing, but she's always a slaver. That is one thing she'll never not be.
I know.
And I could give a shit whether her name is Kamala or what the hell am I supposed to? I don't give a shit. It's Kamala. I'm done. Yeah. But anyway, that's a long conversation. But in the end, I would suggest go read some of those Gnostic books. They're fun. Yeah,
They're a good time.
they are, especially Adam and Eve versus Satan. That one, that's a good
It,
read, dude, because that's just her reminiscing on her life at her death.
it's
It's kind of
it's
nice.
it's fun. It was kind of funny listening to you go over how so many of these priests, especially the Buddhist priests, know nothing of basically what they're supposed to be the interpreters of,
Oh no, they don't. Yeah.
and it just sounds like they're the heads of the first church of Trust Me, bro.
Oh,
Um,
what, dude? There's a lot of
it's
trust me, bro, going on right now. Holy shit. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, it's funny. It's like you could at least be honest, but as Billy Joel once said, honesty is such a lonely word.
Yeah, it's a, it is. It is. It's a good song too. Well, I saw a
Yeah.
Trust Me Bro, a bro, by the way, just I don't know, a week ago, talking about how MAGA women, right, conservatives, I guess, are miserable and they hate it and they're just horribly miserable. And it's like, we do have statistics on this that going back quite a while, you know, before, like over 100 years. And
Yeah.
conservative women are, depending on the category that you're talking about, are anywhere from 3 to 10 times more satisfied in their life than liberal women. This is not even new data, dude. We've known this forever. But yet he's like, he's just saying something as if it's true. The trust me, bro, right? And
Right.
there's so much of this coming out of Democratic Party right now. They have completely abandoned the idea of facts, data, and truth. So I'm sorry, you mentioned honesty is a lonely word, and it just came to my
Well,
head how dishonest they are.
yes, because when you can't win on what you're actually espousing, you have to lie.
Yeah.
And they've been saying this lie because, again, it's kind of funny that you get to this subject because I got into I, I got into a fight along with a friend of mine.
I'll be back in a minute.
Not with her, but about the party switched bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You know that
Yeah.
wonderful lie, and I said, and nobody has disproven me yet. The only thing that switched about the Democrats was their tactics. They fully adopted the Rules for Radicals playbook and other communist teachings. The subversions, um, rewriting definitions, basically word manipulation, language manipulation.
Yep.
Their philosophy has not changed. And I keep telling people their philosophy has not changed since the Civil War was won, to where they want their niggers back on the plantation. And they're going, and the way they're going, they're going to get it.
Yep. Pretty much.
And they don't care about lying, and cheating to do it.
Oh no.
It's war.
We talk about politicians.
No, I was talking about the Democrats, the white liberals who have not changed their philosophy in over 160 years, in spite of the fact that I see white liberals and their pet minorities constantly telling me the party switched during the civil rights movement.
No, it didn't. That was their
Yeah,
own coup
yeah.
d'état. Yeah, no, they've been co-opted by Marxism more than they were. I mean, they've always had socialistic aspects, but they are more
Yeah.
co-opted.
Yes.
But that point that you're making, I've always found it interesting because especially with black voters who are very noisy these days. Um, we've talked about it before. Every bad thing that's happened to black people in America has come out of Democrats. Everything, right? Slavery, Jim Crow,
Yep.
KKK, redlining, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, the biggest coup d'etat the Democrats ever got on the black people was civil rights. Holy crap, dude! They gutted them. They gutted them. They had been after dealing with them black folk for a long time, them Democrats, and they got them big time, boy. Look at how they just got in there, slid into them, warming up skin to skin, and just absolutely obliterated them. They finally won. They finally won.
Yep.
And they're
Maybe.
so brainwashed that they actually
I had a
suck
couple
at the
bites.
teat of that which harms them. That's how bad
Not
it is.
really.
Yes. They suckle at the teat of a poison tit.
They do. They do. Yeah. But it's so
And
sad because civil rights sounds like such a good idea, doesn't it? Yeah.
yes, in theory,
In theory.
everything. But that's the thing. They want. As I was saying, they fully adopted the Rules for Radicals playbook.
They did. They did.
Um,
Now, I've seen a lot of
that-
pushback coming out of the black community. Is that real or is it just going to get beat down, which is what usually happens?
There's a growing segment, but I want to say this. It's kind of hard to tell with the way things are on the internet,
Uh-huh.
because like you was mentioning before about how there's more people online being unironically prejudiced.
Yeah, I noticed
And
that. Yeah.
my concern with that is how much of that is organic and how much of that is an algorithm that's feeding you. Well, not even a psyop. It's just that the algorithms will do it.
Yeah.
It's like I tried telling people before. Like, when you see interracial shit happening, if you see it once, you will be bombarded with it the rest of the time.
Yep.
Because the algorithm will do it automatically. So if
Wanna
you
know
see a
something funny?
video, you want to see a video of a black dude being a white person for no reason, tomorrow you'll see 25 of those.
Want to know something funny? I watched this video earlier of this Canadian girl. She's Canadian. She does, internet videos, whatever. And somebody left a comment in one of her videos that over 50% of all murders in America happen in only 2% of the counties. And she said, that can't be true. There's no way. There's no way that's true. And then she looked it up. And it's 100% correct. 57% of all murders happen in 2% of the counties. The vast majority of counties don't have a murder within decades of each other. Like, it just doesn't happen. And she was completely bamboozled by this because, of course, in Canada, all they hear is that America, you walk outside, you get bullets flying at your head, right? Like, it's just a crazy place with the crazy people. So she couldn't believe that America is actually safer than Canada, except those 2% of counties where there's extreme violence. Everywhere else is just safe as hell. There's no real problems. You don't have these issues. And speaking to what you just said, it's because her algorithm in Canada is corrupted. These people have lost, like all these people who are, who have decided that being anti-Israel is their entire identity on the internet. You're retarded, people. You're just dumb. You've allowed. Honestly, you've been psyoped by the Jews themselves. They want you to think that way. They need you to think that way. That's how they get their power. You see, by making themselves perpetual victims. This idea they don't want you to notice it is ridiculous. Of course they do. They want you to be the guy who's out here crazy screaming about how evil they are. That's how they make their money. They've been doing it for 100 years. They've been doing it before World War II. You can look up the clippings, them talking about the great tragedies of all these people, of Jews who were killed for anti-Semitism before they even had a word for it. This has always been their MO.
They love that.
The 6 million number kept coming up over and over and over.
Yeah.
You're falling right into their trap. With the fact that 4chan poll was run by Israeli intelligence by and large, that came out. That's a fact. That's not me. That's not a conspiracy theory. It was flooded with Israeli intelligence to get you to believe whatever they wanted you to believe. And these people still keep falling for it. If your entire thing is Israel we have to stop Israel, and that's it. That's where you end. You're retarded, and you have Israel derangement syndrome, just like lefties out here and normie lefties who have Trump derangement syndrome. It's the same thing, just a different target.
Yeah.
Your entire worldview has been corrupted. Israel is a tiny little country. They're wealthy and they have a lot of influence, but it's because you give it to them. You idiots. Trump has been by far, his second term is the greatest presidential term maybe ever. Maybe ever. He's up there. He's on the conversation. If he continues to just conquer territory like he's been doing, he'll take it. If he can actually get rid of the income tax or massively restrict it, he'll take it. And it's not even debatable, in my opinion. When you look at the things that he's accomplished in this term and left over from his first term, the fact that he effectively got Roe v. Wade overturned after 50 years is a massive accomplishment that his justices did that. Now, that is the correct decision. I still think it is. And it's a good thing. The fact that he was able to end the Venezuelan threat in 90 minutes, 88 minutes, is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, singular military operation success of all time. Not a single casualty on our side, and we took the leader of their country, and now that country just does what we tell them.
Oh yeah. No, I actually love what he's doing in Iran too. He's slow playing. Boy, he's pissing all the right people off.
Yep.
Just to give a quantification to what he's talking about with PSYOP, that didn't come in until that term, the Psychological Operations Office, didn't come into America until the Cold War. But he's right. It was established as the AEF in World War One, particularly the propaganda subsection, and then of course you had the OSS and the OCIA under Nelson Rockefeller, by the way. Isn't that interesting?
Yep. What a surprise! Rockefeller was involved.
Yeah, right. But later,
the crazy thing is it's not that they're wrong about Israel's influence and how detrimental it can be. They're correct, but there's so many other influences that are worse. The Chinese influence on the United States is far more prevalent, far more dangerous, and far worse. But they don't talk about that because it's much easier to rile people up about Jews over and over and over and over and over again, like it's even the Jews as a block that are doing it. It's not.
I've seen a lot of pushback on the Jews. Honestly, the biggest threat you have right now is India and China. That's the actual threat. But I've seen a lot of they just kind of they kill the Jews, hate the Jews. It's gotten worse. I mean,
it's what they're doing. The Jews are doing it. Like the quote Jews, as they would call them, the very people they say they're against are the ones who keep promoting this. They just don't do it publicly. They do it through backdoor channels. They do it with psyops because they want you to focus on nonsense. They want you focused on the Epstein client list. People think they don't. Okay, how come no one's been arrested? Because it's nothing. It's a bunch of names about people who went to an island and had sex with prostitutes. Okay, big deal. They want you to think it's more. They need you to think it's more. So that way when they do other fucked up shit, you don't know which way is up. That's the point.
Well,
but people are so dumb, they fall for it.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. But I have seen a lot of that, though. A lot of people talking about the Jews. And I'm like, why are we talking about Jews again? Why? I mean, who cares?
If you want to go after the bankers, I'm with you. You want to go after the globalist Jews who are, of the globalist factions, let's party. But when you just start randomly spewing about Jews, and you don't target, you don't know names, you don't name names, you don't go for these organizations, they all exist, they're all public, they're not hidden. I don't want to hear when you talk because you're an idiot. You've fallen for the trick.
Isn't it interesting, though? Because one thing all sides agree is fuck the Jew. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. And it's always been this way throughout the history.
Funny how that works.
The Jewish or the Hebrew or the Hyksos people, they're always hated everywhere they go. And it's like, is that just a constant state of psyop? Or I mean, what? Because you'll have these lefties and these righties that will just vehemently, venomously hate each other in every single point, but they both now are at the point that fuck the Jews.
Yep.
It's like, isn't that and that's always been like that. And it's like, huh? Because I don't really want to single out any group to hate. I'm not really a hater. I can understand there are certain groups, just leave them be. Like for me, Black Africa, leave that be, man. Let them do their
Let that
thing.
be alone. We don't need nothing out of there.
Need that.
Especially since we're fine. Did you see what they just found in Appalachia a couple weeks ago? Allegedly,
Yeah.
massive. Was it lithium?
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah.
Massive. The world's largest. America's a land of milk and honey, baby. We got it all. We got it all, and everybody wants a piece of it, and they can't have it because I said so and Trump said so, and that's it. That's the end of it.
When I heard that, the first thing I thought was, how much of a pain in the ass the Melungeons are going to be, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But how funny would it be?
Much for you.
How funny would it be if we got a Texas 2 in these places, right? Because Texas was built on the backs of oil, right? That was their big deal. 100%. Well, the modern oil is rare earth minerals like lithium, data, but rare earth minerals like lithium, cobalt, things like that. We got it. We got a whole bunch of it now. You're going to see a whole bunch of some fucking Beverly Hillbillies motherfuckers popping up out of here. It's going to be very interesting.
Funny as hell. It's going to be great. I'm loving it. It is going to be hilarious. But then again,
I love Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah, me too. But also, you're going to get a little bit of rollbacks and stuff like Kentucky and West Virginia anyway, because Trump has really got coal full bore again. So those towns that Biden murdered, it is.
Well, that's perfect.
Yeah, they're going to.
They can shift from anthracite mining to lithium. These companies will just shift right over if they find big. Why wouldn't they? It's more money. That's what you'll see. So that's a good thing. The idea that these idiots, these globalist leftard liberals like Obama and company, convince the world that mining is a bad thing is amazing to me. It's a pillar of human civilization, is mining and agriculture. These are your pillars, right? Everything is held up by these two things. Yet they convinced us all to be like, nah, let's just stop that. Huh? Yeah. Nah, we don't need to do that. No, I think we do.
Did you see Obama up there negotiating on his own with Canada? That's technically you might get yourself a little bit of trouble there, Mr. Obama.
Yeah, I don't know how Obama. The only reason he does is because the administration doesn't want to make the stink. But that man should be arrested. The things he gets up to, it's ridiculous. Yeah. It's utterly ridiculous.
We've seen a lot of sedition with politicians in America. Sedition, but we haven't seen tons of treason though. But we've seen a couple. And recently, a bunch of them went down to Cuba, working with other countries to try to get oil into Cuba, which is embargoed. That is treason.
That's open treason.
Sedition is causing trouble for your government in country, right?
Right.
Treason
and it's
is
nebulous.
With foreign parties, right?
Right. Anybody involved in that should be executed by firing squad as soon as possible.
Which is
done.
The law. Yeah. All those guys down in Cuba trying to literally force oil past the blockade, the American blockade, that is straight up treason. Now,
yes,
we know that Obama's being treasonous, but proving that in a court of law, that's very difficult.
Yeah, it's hard.
Just talking with my good buddy Mark Carney. It's
sure.
But what they're doing, I can't remember that Indian lady's name. She's leading it, was a bunch of other Democrats. Them down in Cuba trying to get past the American embargo. That's literal treason. So they should. I don't know why they're not arrested. But honestly, I get why Trump doesn't want to pull that trigger. But maybe after the midterms, right?
I think he'd be more popular if he pulled it now. I'll be honest with you. I think it would. I think the people are ready for cesarean action.
Yeah, arrest these bastards.
We're so tired of the corruption from the deep politicians and especially at the federal level, even at the state level. They're getting got all over. Even in Ohio, they just got busted, which good because the state's corrupt as hell. Right. The people are tired of it. The one thing that will absolutely rally the people to, I think, violence eventually is corruption. Is these people who were given a little trust, a little power, and they used it to enrich themselves and degrade the people. And that right there, every revolution in the history of the world, that's why it started. Right? It's just, this is what it is. So I think Trump is the perfect example of this. The only reason Trump was ever president to begin with is because people were tired of the status quo politicians in Washington, and Trump was the outsider. I personally think his second term has been amazing. I give it an A minus. It can go up.
I love it.
It can go up much higher if he actually does a few more things, especially if we get more deportations. If he can ramp that up, he's trying. That's the other thing. People are all mad that there's not been mass deportations. Which, first of all, yes, there has, and second of all, he had nothing to do it with, unless he decided to institute or to suspend Pars Comitatus and bring the military in to do it. He had nothing. The ICE was completely destroyed by Biden. Destroyed. They had like 1,000 agents, something like that. It takes
3 million
time.
out so far. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah, they got 3 million out, and up to 5 million have been stopped effectively in the process. Either they pulled their application, or they didn't come, from what I understand. So that's huge, guys. That's huge numbers. That's an amazing feat, especially considering how much the courts have tried to stand in his way on everything, right? Yeah. I just think people need to stop blackpilling. My new rule is, Chester, I decided from this point forward, if you're a blackpiller, if nothing's ever good enough for you, I am just going to excise you from my life, digitally and in reality. I'm just done.
Grimlock, I still love you.
That's not what he meant, nigga.
No, I'm just done with these people, man. You're not serious people. This is the most consequential administration probably since the Civil War, if not definitely since FDR in World War II. And he's doing things that nobody even thought were possible 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I know for a fact nobody thought it was possible to get net negative migration into this country. Nobody. Trump did it. Did it with ease in 1 year.
I'm very happy with Trump. I love everything he's done. I have no complaints whatsoever, because I can see the end game and I can see the game. And it's amazing to me how many people can't see, especially his so obvious plays. And he must be laughing his ass off, because the Democrats are so stupid. He plays you like a freaking fiddle every time you respond exactly the way he wants. I mean, it's sad, really.
Well, here's the funny thing. I saw this. I don't know how true it is. Do you believe this statistic is true? Since the beginning of Trump's second term and his, play on immigration.
Yeah.
I saw somewhere they said for every one deportation via ICE, there's been 6 voluntary deportations.
Yeah, that was
right.
in the number. That was in the 3 million number I gave you. Yeah.
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 So you think that
millions more have just stopped? Yeah, they were in the process. They pulled their applications, or they just didn't come when they knew they were going to.
But there's more to it, and I've heard these idiots complaining about Trump not doing enough, making statements like this, and you're really stupid, because, for instance, it's way deeper than this, guys. H-1B visa, right? Everybody's like, well, Trump should shut it down. Well, baby, he has 90% reduction in H-1B visa holders. 95% reduction in applications. He has shut it down, you moron.
He shrunk the federal government by 380,000 employees.
Nah, he
got rid of them.
He needs to get rid of a couple million more.
I agree, but the fact that he was able to do that is amazing.
It is.
That's amazing. That's a win for the so-called conservative small government people. He got rid of some of the rot. Just got it out of there.
There's more he needs to get to, but little by little. And of course, we have things going in the future. It's not like you can save a country overnight, although he's done a good job doing it. But now, which brings me in another conversation, which is very curious, because when Trump came in and he had his first year, and it was like, oh, it's not bad. And then the beginning of this year, I was like, oh shit, he ratcheted that up. He's on the warpath, right? All right, cool. All right, I like it. But in the beginning, J.D. Vance, who hasn't really stumbled, right? He's a great speaker. He's given some amazing speeches over the past year and a half. He's very presidential. I have no problem voting for J.D. Vance. However, what did I tell you day one? I said, you watch out for little Marco, right? You
Right.
watch out for Marco Rubio. I think there's something real serious going to happen with that. And boy, I'm smiling, Thunder, because boy, I'm justified, right? That's big Marco, bitch. And
Well, that's who
so
Trump. That's what Trump made him.
that's
He
Trump what
took him
made him.
under his
That's
wing
right.
and showed him how to be, have some balls. I
However,
appreciate that.
I do, but my question is this: what do we do in 2028? Because both of them could easily be president.
Yep.
So what do you do now? They've created a bit of a conundrum from themselves, don't you think? I mean, the Democrats can't find anyone to get up there and actually represent. They're literally only thing they're talking about is Gavin Newsom, who's got so much baggage, he ain't getting nowhere, and Kamala again. That's it.
Yes.
So we're in the wheelhouse for it. But what do you do, man? Because JD is obviously the one that has been preened for the position, but Marco,
Mhm.
dude, Marco, man,
I think you run JD Vance. Well, they're probably both going to try, if I had to guess, and then just whoever wins. But I'd imagine it's going to be Vance, just because he's vice president. He has a better advantage.
I would say
And then
right now, like,
you run them
why
together.
not? Yeah, I was about to say, why not advance Rubio ticket?
I would.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Vance Rubio, and then try to get Rubio in
But
as
how
third.
nice is it that our two contenders on our side are younger men? They're not old men. They're not young men. They're younger men. They're right there in that sweet spot where most
Yeah,
of
it
the
is
founders
nice.
were.
It is nice.
It's very nice. I'm
Well,
so tired of 70 and 80-year-old people running the world. It's time. Their time is done now. It's time to go rest. Go rest now. I get Trump's old, but Trump has the energy of a 20-year-old. The man's insane. I don't even understand it. It needs to be studied.
Even his enemies don't understand. That Caitlyn lady, that is what CNN, I guess, that reporter lady, that nasty piece of work. Even
Yeah.
she says, if you're on the Air Force One with Trump, you're not sleeping. Ain't happening. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not
Guy's
happening.
insane.
He's up.
He's insane.
He doesn't stop. He sleeps maybe 4 hours a night if he's lucky, and he just keeps going.
well, it's amazing because when you think about how times are different, how young Ricky Rubio was in 2016 when he first ran.
Yeah.
Like, and he wasn't ready. I know a lot of people thought he was. He showed he was not ready. And if you see looking at how he is now compared to then, you clearly can see the difference. Like
Yeah. Oh, I'd vote for
that
him in a heartbeat.
maturation.
I love what he's done. I love it.
And
Yeah.
I think Vance would be wise that if he has any aspirations to run in 28, I would immediately turn to Ricky. Because to be honest, I think there's only two people I think JD could run with that I think he would win with, and Rubio would be one of them. The other one I think would be Gabbard.
Yeah. But no, I think Vance Rubio is unbeatable ticket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, strategically, if Cuba was more important, because it's not. Cuba has nothing we want. That's why it's sat like that for 60 years, because they have nothing, right? But if it were more important, you definitely run Rubio. That's a smart move. But seeing as Cuba has no value to us whatsoever, really, JD is probably the better run.
Strategically, yes, but I'm going to say this: it's about time the Republicans start using Democrats' playbook against them. Optically, it would look amazing.
It would look
Liberate
great.
Cuba.
You're right, and that's why probably Trump is pushing, because he's all about optics. But you say using Democratic playbook. Well, they are starting to redline. I mean, they are
Yeah,
gerrymandering their states.
gerrymandering like crazy. Yeah.
Well, it's not even that they're throwing the shits out. The Supreme Court ruling where you can't just round up ethnic people into fucking neighborhoods anymore. Which, to be honest, people think that those neighborhoods came together organically. Actually, no, they didn't. If people look at the
No.
history,
Yeah.
even places like the Irish neighborhoods in Little Italy, that shit was not organic.
No, it
No.
wasn't.
became
It never is. Yeah, and
it
people
became
like
culturally relevant over time, but no, that's where they wanted to
no,
put them.
that's true. And people are complaining like saying, "Well, no, that doesn't really matter. That was way back in the 50s and 60s. Frickin' Obama did it. What are you talking about?
50s and
Biden did it.
60s,
This
they
is
was doing
very
that back as far as the fucking 1920s. The fuck are they
Yeah, they
talking
were.
about?
But I'm just talking about even because saying it was an old thing, they don't do it anymore. No, the hell they don't. Right? Obama
Yep.
did a lot of that. One of the big things Obama did was take a lot of black people and throw them into white communities. He did a lot of
Yep.
that,
Yeah.
right?
Well, having people not look, you have to be a special kind of stupid now to not see the game where a a fucking group of people who was fleeing a fucking war was put in one of the whitest states in the fucking union, and the daughter of the general from which they was fleeing just happened to be put in power there.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's totally organic.
That's right.
Nothing suspicious about that at all. Nothing to make you want to fucking look into it any further. You know, don't trust your lying eyes. That says learning, not leering. Don't trust your eyes.
That's right. Yeah, the Leering Center. That is going to be
Fucking
that's going to look
Somalians.
so epic, dude. Well, I mean, and it is interesting that they put so much weight in Somalia because if you look around, you know how they're showing statistics in America that Somalia
Mhm.
is the most expensive, most difficult, most troublesome, most criminal group in America. Okay, true. But thing is, just take one little moment, go on your internets and search Somalia's in all the other countries they show up in. It's identical. They are
Yeah.
the worst, the absolute worst. Even the Africans fucking hate them,
Yeah.
right?
They're the Palestinians of
Oh,
Africa.
they're kind of like how the Chinese who fled China after Mao, they went to become Hong Kong, aka Good China.
Right.
The
Taiwan.
the the
Yeah.
the
Taiwan,
same
yeah.
thing in Taiwan too, and the Somalis who was trying to get away from that made a whole other country called Somaliland.
They
Nobody
did.
talked about that. We had to fucking get away. They're like, no, we don't. We're Somalian, but we don't want nothing to do with those niggas.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, it's true. It is Somaliland, and this is America has made a lot of inroads into trying to set that up as a main military base for America. Um, and China has tried to respond by coming in and literally setting up a navy base before we did, right?
Right.
In
Mhm.
Somaliland, right? But yeah, the Somali everywhere you just go do yourself a little Google search. You'll find the Somalis are constantly the number one or in some cases number two worst statistic in every country they're in. It is. The Somalis are the worst, right? And the funny thing is, like, say, Nigerians, when they come over to America, they're usually quite successful and they don't
Mhm.
make as much trouble. But anywhere else you find Nigerians, particularly in Africa, that's a super hated group too because they're racist against black people. And of course, another
Yeah.
thing is interesting. Like you have that lady up in Britain, she's like the leader of the Green Party, which had some success here in the local elections. Of course, Reform absolutely just mopped the floor with Labor. But this lady in charge of Green, she's actually a royal Nigerian. And the funniest thing that I get a kick out of it is like, why has no one pointed out the fact that the Nigerian royal families were one of the biggest slave traders in the history of slavery? Meaning her family
Because
literally the ones that started it and went to the Arabs and say, "Hey, would you like to buy some black people?" And no one's pointed this out. This lady who is in charge of the Green Party, which means exactly what you think it means, right? The
Yep.
Echo people, right? The insane maniacs. Her family has centuries of history of slavery still going on, by the way. Why has no one pointed this out? That's an easy thing to point out. Oh yeah,
because
how's your family doing with all that with all that slave money. And here's the great thing: the kicker, boy, what's her number one platform thing that she pushes? Reparations. So, and keep in mind, when that slave trade ended, when the British came in and said, "No, we're not doing this anymore. We're done with this," the Nigerians were freaking pissed. They were hot pissed because that was all their money. So, in a way, I think what she's doing is getting a little bit of revenge for her Nigerian royals by having the British actually pay them out more again, right? What I just told you is real. This is not opinion. It is factual. So this shows you how dumb the people in Britain are. Of course, we know that. With the fact that that so many of them vote for the Greens. Their leader is literally a slaver trying to get money out of Britain for her family's lost money. Holy shit, dude. That's like a freaking Hollywood movie script, dude.
Hey, you know the old saying, they say it's stupid, but it works. It ain't stupid.
I guess, but I mean, think about what I just said for a minute. How outrageous that is.
Yeah, and people should look at them like, "Are you stupid?" But it's working. So I guess it can't be that stupid.
I guess, or I just, okay, don't get me on that conversation. I already have a rant in the chamber for later, so
Propaganda's a motherfucker, man.
It is, dude. Propaganda is.
And the thing is, as I said before, it only takes one generation really to propagandize a group of people, and then when you continue to make that shit to where it's generally recognized as fact, now you're 4 generations in.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
who was that black guy? I think he was a rapper, American rapper, and he had just seen some really just ratchet shit, and he shook his head and he's like, "It's an evil world." In the most perfect way, and that has been clipped and memed so many times since then. What was that guy's name? Do you know that guy's name?
I can't think of that.
It's so perfect, the way his tone, his intonation, everything was just so perfect. The emotion in his statement, the tiredness in the statement. It's an evil world. He's not wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
He is not, in fact, wrong, sadly. That's the one thing that I think, going back to what we were talking about with like Christianity and the Abrahamic religions in general, but definitely Christianity, is it acknowledges that. A lot of the other religions try to play, to flim-flam it a little bit. But especially, the more dogmatic you get Christian, the more and more you have to say the world's evil and corrupt. Right? That's literally the point of Christ. And I think the reason why Christianity has been so successful as a religion, it's the most successful religion there is, when you look at the numbers, is because it accepts human nature as human nature and doesn't try to make excuses for it. It says you're wrong, you're a sinner, and you need Jesus. That's pretty much it. That's the breadth and the width of it. And that is relatively unique. A lot of the other religions, they'll have things that are, sin or something akin to it. But they don't say that it's innate in you. This is just how you are a sinner. You're not a person who does sin. You are a sinner, is the Christian theology. Yeah. You are born a sinner, and you will die a sinner even if you do accept Christ. So, at least in this world. So it's very interesting to me how, because of that, I think personally that true statement that you are fundamentally a creature that is wrong. You can become a creature that isn't, but you start off in the wrong. You don't start neutral. This idea that babies start neutral, no, they start bad. You have to teach them to be good, and I think that's true for basically every human on the planet. You either are taught by someone or taught just by life itself that certain behavior isn't going to be tolerated in reality. And the more permissive you become, I personally think this is one of the reasons why Christianity's struggling, at least the modern iterations of it, is because they become way too permissive.
Oh yeah,
You
you see a lot
you
of
have
that.
to stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, you have to stop
That is
it.
true.
And I think that's where you get a lot of this bullshit with the Somalians and all these foreigners coming here. They think they're serving God. I've literally had some of them tell me it's okay if they come here because then we can witness to them and they can become Christians.
No.
They don't want to be.
No.
They don't want to be. That you can try, but they don't want
Well,
to be. I
even
assure
though-
you.
Well, the problem with Somali, just listen to them for a second. I don't know why people just don't listen and believe what they tell you.
Yeah.
The Somalis come from one of the worst countries on earth, right? Corruption everywhere, murder, rape. It's disgusting. It's a disgusting country. But yet they get up and they're so proud to be Somali. They're so proud of their culture. They're better than you. That's why they steal from you, because you're a sucker and they're going to take from you because they're better. These people are radically delusional, right? Now,
Yep.
I do want to interject, Grimlock, if I might, with a PSA, if I might.
Uh-oh.
This is a very important PSA, everybody. So listen up. I got a care package from America.
Uh-oh.
And it was all from a place called Trader Joe's. Okay.
Nice.
I think I've heard of Trader Joe's before, but I've never been to one. It looks like some kind of supermarket or something, but they make all their own stuff, like their knockoff versions of stuff. Anyway, some of the goods, the foods, because all food stuff, they're pretty good, not bad. Most of it we hadn't tried yet because it's like spices and shit. But I got this bag sitting in front of me. It says, and you guys tell me if you know about it, Trader Joe's rolled corn tortilla chips, chili and lime flavored. You ever heard of these?
I have not.
Grimlock?
How are they?
It's probably the
I haven't had the trader.
Oh, I see. Well, it's probably the most god awful thing I've ever put in my mouth in my entire life.
And you've put octopus in there.
I have. I put a lot
Yeah.
of weird shit in my mouth.
Among the types of pussy put in his mouth.
That's right.
I've always been fond of that myself, but go on.
Yeah. I just don't understand how you can make something that tastes so awful.
And then people will pay money for it. Jester, that's the kicker. It's not, I mean, I could make some awful things. I could make things that taste hideous, but I wouldn't dare convince people that to give me legal tender for this thing.
Well, the thing is, I went and checked it because I was so shocked by it. That I went and checked it. And it's actually one of their top sellers in California. I guess Trader Joe's
Makes
is a
sense.
Western thing. But I'm like, that's really, really nasty, dude. It's really, really nasty. I'm not going to tell my wife because she's out right now. She won't be back until Wednesday. But I'm going to leave it there and I'm going to let her try it and I'm going to laugh. It's going to be funny. And then it got these other things. You ever had these maple leaf cookies? This is a Trader Joe version. But you ever had the maple leaf cookies?
I have not.
No.
Maple syrup cookies, right? I've always hated this shit. I don't like maple cookies. I don't know about you. But then again,
I like maple, but I've never had maple cookies. I've had like maple donuts. The maple frosted donuts are pretty
I
good.
don't like those either. But
Really?
oddly enough, no, I don't. But oddly enough, I like butterscotch, which is
I like butterscotch.
Yeah, but it is
I
weird.
like butterscotch. I like caramel. Give me a little caramel. Chester, which is it? Is it caramel or is it caramel? You're the linguist here. Which one's proper?
Caramel.
Okay. There are people who argue with you, sir. I'm not one of them because I don't particularly care. I just like to eat the shit. I don't care what you call it. Tastes good. But no, I like a good butterscotch. Give me. Oh, put that right in there. Let that just melt in your mouth nice and slow. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to answer your question, it's pretty easy. How do we spell this word? Well, it's Carmel.
But there are people who put the other A in there. I'm just saying, it's out there. It's probably British. It's probably the Brits again messing up our language. Who do they think they are? The bastards.
Yeah, well.
Putting U's in color. Get out of here. There's no U. How'd there be a U?
Yes. Well, no, the reason why they're saying this is, of course, what this is, of course, coming out of the Latin, and is Canemelis, which is canna meaning cane and melis meaning honey, right?
Yep.
Right. So sugar cane, honeyed or caramelized. And of course, we have caramelized, right? Not caramelized, it's caramelized, right? Right there's your verb,
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
right? However, the reason why people say caramel is because that is the French pronunciation.
Fucking
And the
French.
Spanish,
Fucking French.
yeah, it's the French, and the Spanish say caramello. So it's coming from
Like
the
the French.
Romance languages, but in English,
I don't know
it
if
is
I've told you this before, Chester, but I don't like the French.
Yeah, no, well, we agree.
Yeah.
So,
Don't like them.
yeah.
Don't need them. Don't want them.
Yeah.
Get them out. You know what? They would have been better off with the Nazis won. I said it, and I meant
God. Oh God. Yeah, well, they kind of did, to be honest with you.
it. Did you see the UFO? Are we going to talk about the UFO stuff? Did you see that?
I haven't watched it yet, but I'd love you to tell me about it.
So apparently, in part of the files that Trump released just recently here, it says that it seems the Nazis had a actual functioning UFO that could fly 1,500 miles per hour.
Well,
So a flying saucer.
They said
Yep.
that. And we
So
found
they have officially, with documentation, said that this exists. Because there are the theories that, and these came from Nazi Germany, that they were trying to leave. Effectively, they were trying to get out of here. And there's also, one of the old conspiracy theories. This is a real old one. This is one of the first ones. Is that the Nazis had an Antarctic base, and that they're still down there, and they got flying saucers. Is how they get around.
Yeah, these are all old things, though. They're just confirming the old conspiracy theories that have been around.
Yes.
Forever. Okay.
Yes. Now I want to see the bell. You ever heard of the bell?
Yeah.
The Nazi bell.
Of course.
Yeah, I'd like to see if that was. I'd like to see that in action. I bet they got that somewhere.
I did. They
Some
might
base.
well. I mean, we knew these things already, so they're just confirming it. Okay.
Yep.
However, I did see some clips, videos that, right, they're from the government, but they're not any better than the other stuff we've seen. The only one I saw that looked kind of interesting was that giant star thing in front of the sun. That's kind of interesting.
Yes. I personally think because they're claiming that there's more coming. That this was just like they're putting it out in waves as they declassify stuff.
Said it was.
I personally, because a bunch of the people are saying some of the stuff's coming, it's going to be even more. I don't think it is. I think, and I'm not saying I don't think there's aliens. I do think they've been here. I think our government's probably worked with them in the past, if I'm being honest with you. But I don't think you're going to get too much. I think he's going to do one of these deals where he gets enough of it out to, quiet the murmuring, and then that'll be basically the end of it. But I don't think it's as deep as people think it is. I think we've had, the CIA files came out that they've absolutely talked to demons. So, that's not even, it wasn't even debated. They knew what they were talking to. These were demons. They were having conversations with. So I would admit, I've always believed personally that the ancients were correct, that space isn't a void, and what we're seeing isn't creatures from another planet in space. What we're seeing is beings from other dimensions. That's what we're seeing.
That's been the switch the past 5-10 years. Is you've seen a lot less aliens from other planets and a lot more trans-dimensional being. And if you look the past 4 or 5 years in a row, the American government, who never talks about this shit, has been slow rolling disclosure. They've been doing it for 5 years now. This is just the 5th year of it. They've had committee meetings in Congress that you can go watch them. You can literally go see it on C-SPAN, right? And they've been slow rolling it. We know the Vatican has been involved in that slow roll. We know that there have been, not just in America, but all over the world, there have been government peoples, whatever that means, sent out, and they have organized large meetings of religious leaders to come together, and they give them the talk.
G-men. The G-men come.
And it's not just America, it's all over the world. So this slow roll that involves not just the American government, other governments, and the Vatican itself. They made a decision to slow roll it. So, will we get some major revelation, or will it be melodramatic? Or excuse me,
I think
anticlimactic?
I think it'll be anticlimactic, sadly. But I also know for a fact that not only people say that that's been going on. I know for a fact that they do that. My pastor, growing up, literally, while I was sitting in his office one day, told me about a time where government agents came and told him, "Hey, we need you on board for this, this, and this in case this, or this happens." And he said, "No, get out of my church. Get out of here. I preach what I want to preach. I preach the Bible here. I don't preach what you tell me to preach."
The past year and a half, though, they've really been pushing hard, though, dude.
Yep.
Really hard.
Yep.
Yeah. There was in Tennessee, they had a big giant meeting here just, at the end of last year, or January, maybe January. And they pulled in a lot of preachers from across many, many states, and they had
Right.
that talk. So, yeah, it's slow roll. I don't know what the purpose of it is. It piques my interest when you understand how many authorities are involved in this slow roll.
Right.
That's interesting, right?
Well, it's kind of like the Antarctica thing insofar as no one's supposed to go there. Why?
Well,
Why is it like illegal to the point of death in many countries if you violate this treaty to go to Antarctica? It's one of those things. Why does all the governments of the world agree on this one thing? That's strange. They don't agree on shit, but they agree on that. That's very strange.
well, we just had a guy arrested about 3 weeks ago,
Yep.
and he had one of those drones, not like the little toy things you buy at the Best Buy, right? We're
Right.
talking, this thing is like size of a small car. It's a serious drone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he took in that has incredible amount of range, and he was flying that thing all over. And he got some pretty interesting photos and videos. If you want to go check it out, it clearly is supposed to all be covered by ice. It's not, obviously not true. Of course, that
Nope.
guy's disappeared now. So
Well, that's what Bird said, right? The guy who did all the exploration. They went down there. He says in the interviews on national television before they shut it all down that you'd walk down, you'd see these mountains, and on the sides of these mountains would just be coal, just massive veins of coal and anthracite and everything else just sticking out of them.
That's right,
Yeah.
and that's what you saw in that video. It's not like they were
Yep.
aliens running around in jungle,
No.
but it was like it's not covered in ice, and there's a lot of resource, obviously. And Maple Chic, I read what you wrote, but no. Okay. Alpha Proto said they still haven't explained the drone invasion back in 2020, dude. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And not even then, the stuff that just before Trump came in 2023, 24, right? 25. What the hell was happening in New Jersey? We haven't got anything. Yeah.
Not, he just
right.
said, no, we got one thing. We got one thing. Was it the press secretary or one of them said, yeah, that was the government doing it. That's all they said, though. They didn't elaborate.
That's right.
That was it. I said, wait, huh? Hang on. Can we, a little more? Why was the government doing that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
That's true. But I mean, I don't know. When it comes to this kind of conversation, obviously, statistically, if any of the information we've been given about the universe is true, if any of it's true, it would be very, very dumb of us to assume there isn't life out there. That would be stupid, especially that scientifically we're starting to understand that life is easy.
Very easy.
But that conversation is quite different than the current conversation with transdimensional beings. And of course, if you study history and you look at all of these documents and stories and all this stuff we have throughout time, people have been saying that forever.
Yes.
It's not a new thing, right?
No.
So, maybe it's true. Maybe that is what it is. And I guess the ultimate question would be, what's the purpose? What's the point?
What are we doing here? What are we getting at?
What are we doing? But what also are they doing? What's their purpose? Right? If they are transdimensional beings or just aliens, which transdimensional will be aliens too. But what's their purpose? Well,
what are they after? What are you looking for here, guys?
Now we know historically humans have stated very clearly what they're after. Right. So, do we believe thousands of years of human opinion, or do we just say, "Oh, I don't know.
That's all fake. Okay.
I don't know what to
All
tell
right.
you."
Sure. Maybe it is. Maybe everybody made it up. All the same thing.
I
Everybody
do
talks about
love
the exact same shaped vehicles that are chariots of fire. Everybody talks about them.
right.
Pretty much the exact identical descriptions, but that was all made up all over the world all at once. Okay. All right. Hey, I believe it. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, why not? And of course, the Indian texts are probably the most detailed because
Yes.
they are just full on about it, right?
Right.
But those texts supposedly were written by those beings,
That's right.
and that's why there's so much detail. I don't know. But of course, the Mesopotamian stuff also has it's the same damn stories. It's just not
Yep.
as detailed as the Indus culture. But then again, they're all connected. We know Kemet, Sumer, or any of the Mesopotamians, and the Indus. They were literally the same group of beings that controlled all of that, right?
Right.
That's what they say. That's what the people say, and that it was stated for thousands of years. So, I don't know. Historians hate people's opinion. They hate it. They never want to take the local stories or the local opinion. They hate that. They can't stand it, even though all they do is give us their opinions. Isn't that interesting?
Yep.
Yeah, it is what it is, and there you are. I would love for us to have a better understanding of it, and I would bet money that someone knows the truth.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So I genuinely do think they've had many open dialogues with these, whatever these beings are,
Sure.
with them.
Well, the church says they've been talking to him for a long time. That's the thing about the Catholics, the Vatican, right? They don't deny any of this. They have been in contact with what they would call demonic or transdimensional beings for a very long time. They say so. They have it documented. So are they lying? Yeah, maybe. But
Good
I don't
chance.
know
You never know.
what's the point, right? It kind of is an anathema to their whole purpose, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Tell me what the urbanite community thinks about it, Grimlock.
About aliens?
Yeah, or transdimensional beings, demons, whatever. This whole conversation. I know I've seen a lot of urbanites that look possessed to me.
Yeah, that's called fentanyl.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think most niggas even pay that any mind. They're usually on such other silly bullshit.
Yeah, but most ghetto people you see around the world, of course we're Americans, so the so-called rednecks or white trash or Latinos or ghetto blacks or whatever. Most of these kind of ghetto people around the world tend to be quite religious, though. Religious more. They're not philosophical at all. I mean, they're very religious, meaning follow the rule, God, 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 law, law, law. So you would think they would have a huge opinion on this, seeing as religious as they're supposed to be.
Right.
You would think.
Oh, you would think, yeah. I bet you go talk that white trash, they gotta have an opinion for you. Latinos definitely got an opinion. Not that all Latinos are ghetto, but you know what I mean.
At least from what I've been seeing, because I have been trying not to pay these niggas any mind.
Yeah, but you're our connection to their community.
I'm barely connected to their community.
I know. It's just an ongoing joke. I mean, honestly, you made the joke, but I mean, you're mostly European, right? I mean, you've got very little black in you, right?
I guess you could say that. I mean, it's the whole thing about, at least from what I've seen about people talking about aliens, they're like, oh, now they're just saying this because the price of gas is so high and they're trying to distract you from the shit in Iran.
I would say the
and of course
opposite is that
Israel,
they're trying to hide
because
it. It's the opposite, in my opinion. Anyway, go ahead.
They're trying to distract you from Israel. I'm like, does anybody give a fuck about Israel that much?
Well, who gives a shit about Israel? I
Uh,
don't even understand why we're talking about it.
yeah, and you know the funny thing is, like, at least to me, I just look at this like how we was talking about how a lot of these nations, especially some of the dumber ones in Africa, um, they can't keep any sort of structure together. And I'm just thinking, if you can't handle the other nations and ethnicities of the world
Hmm.
coming to your country and trying to help you install some structure, do I really believe that these ignorant niggas are gonna let some aliens who may be meaning well, who might be like, we're here to help you? Them niggas will be trying to attack them sure as shit.
Well, now,
In fact, I'm gonna tell you what the worst thing that could happen right now is if like we had like UFOs and they landed in Africa because we come to help and bring peace, and them niggas start messing it up, and it's like, nope, kill them all,
well,
kill them all.
I get your point, but do keep in mind these alien encounters, whatever they might be, have been going on for a very, very long time.
But
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
thousands of years. This is not a new phenomenon. That is not something that's just happened in the 20th century. This is old. They've been around. We even have people don't talk about it, but we have documentation from George Washington himself of him observing and talking to aliens. No one ever
Sure.
mentions it, right?
No.
The
well,
Germans
or
are very
remember
clear about
we used
their interaction with aliens, right?
well, I remember as a kid when anybody used to talk about this stuff because we did used to talk about this more often, but it was always mocked and
It
shamed.
was mocked. Yeah, it's always
Remember there was always the guy who saw the white light out in the cornfield, or
hmm hmm
you know may have been abducted or probed or whatever happened. Everybody mocked and like, oh, that's bullshit. But what if that's just 100% true? What if like the aliens just was randomly picking up people and fucking
Okay, well,
picking things up?
right, right, and testing and checking. So, well, let's take that for a minute. Okay, we know that alien communication, observation, whether it be first kind, second kind, third kind, or fourth kind, have been going on for extremely long time, right?
Yeah,
So, if I mean, thousands of years, right? So, if that's true, if these beings, whatever they are, have been observing us, randomly communicating with our leaders, because it's always leaders that they're talking to, right? And randomly are picking people up and testing and checking them. Keep in mind, we have many stories from the Bible about this. The Bible's full of UFO abduction, full of it,
yeah,
right? So let's back up for a second and say, okay, so if this has been going on as long as the record seems to suggest, that's not something that's just, oh, we found this planet. What are these people? Let's test them, as we would do, right? We would, check and observe the organisms of a new planet we came across. That's not the case here. So, what's the purpose? Why, if you're some other dimensional or just alien being, what would be the purpose over thousands of years to be randomly picking out humans and testing and doing stuff? What would be the point of it over such a huge just gulf of time? What would be the point?
compatibility.
Compatibility, but we know we have so many stories that these so-called alien beings have interacted with and bred with humans many, many times. Matter of fact, with the Christians, well, the Judeos, the Jews, Hebrew groups, you have the word Nephal or Raphal, the Nephalim, the Raphalim, right? The Anakim. We have all these different words. So as far as our stories go, they've been breeding with us for a long time. So why would they keep having the test? Why the consistent perpetual testing would be my
There is a
question.
theory out there that wherever they're from, they're not, because a lot, like you said, a lot of people have the theory, and the ancients did too, of course, because they told them this, that they're not from another planet per se, they're from another dimension of reality.
That's the
That
consistent,
yeah, that their dimension, and by the way, the Bible even says this, their dimension of time is different from ours. They don't have the same passage of time. So maybe these studies that they're doing, because throughout all of history, that's a very consistent theme too. They seem to be studying us.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because to them it hasn't been thousands of years, right? To them, they don't have the same passage of time that we do. So they're popping in and out of our timeline as we advance very rapidly in their thing. Kind of like if we were watching a simulation, right? Like you could turn on videos of people who have simulated known human history, and they'll show you different events in super fast motion, right?
Right.
There's a theory out there that because their time stream would be different than ours, just fundamentally it would probably have to be different, just because of the different physics between the dimensions. That what we're seeing is the same civilization throughout time has been constantly dipping in and out of checking in on us and interacting with us, trying to figure out whatever it is they're trying to figure out from humanity. Some have said that it is breeding, that there's something wrong with their ability to breed, and they're trying to figure out, if we can fix that for them. Maybe it failed. Maybe the Nephilim were a very real thing, and it failed in the end. It wasn't sustainable. I don't know, but I think there's probably more merit to that, because even the outside of the Christian and Abrahamic sources, these beings are often said that time has no meaning to them, or time has different meaning to them, or they're eternal, or they never age, things like this. Right. Well, that would make sense if they were in a reality where time flows or doesn't flow, or flows incredibly differently. Like the gods are supposedly immortal, right? They don't age. They're they age very, 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 very slowly, like Zeus. That makes sense to me, right? If you wanted to try and make it make sense, their time stream is different from ours, because our time isn't really a thing. We call it that, but it's not really a thing. It's just entropy and our ability to observe it. Yeah, so if they're in a dimension where that isn't a thing, maybe entropy doesn't exist like it does here. Their dimension's stable, right? It's not constantly falling and expanding at the same time, which is a paradox that no scientist can explain, by the way. Maybe that's what they're studying, the paradox of us. The fact that our universe is collapsing but at the same time expanding, right? At all the time. Right. That's what it's doing.
Well, it's more like a piston, but I get your point.
Yes.
Actually, if you look at it, from a physics point of view, right, and not have any other opinion, just become myopic, right? On your opinion. Right. When we look at what you would consider a higher dimension, well, it is all frequency based, and although it's counterintuitive, a higher frequency would function at a slower perception. Right? That's the scientific opinion on it. So if they are a higher dimension, and keep in mind that the ancients talk about this stuff all the time, then they would perceive us as moving much faster.
Right.
Time perception.
Makes sense.
Right? So that, physics would agree with that, I guess.
So to answer your question, they might be trying to solve the same problem they've always been trying to solve, but but for us it's thousands of years, and for them it's a few centuries at most. We don't know. There's no way to know until the truth of what these things that humans throughout all time and all cultures have said they've talked to and described very similar looking beings, by the way.
They do. Yeah, it is very similar. Let's see if we can't deduce something, shall we? Let's have a little fun, right? Now, there are many stories from around the world, and they're all the same stories, just with different names, really. Which that in and of itself is interesting, right? Now, a historian will tell you, oh, that's just trade and human interaction and sharing stories. Fair enough, right? Fair enough.
Right.
But let's put that aside for a minute and just look at the Mesopotamian, which is kind of in the middle, right? They're
Mhm.
it's kind of the middle of it. And there's a very interesting story that I love amongst all of those stories. And what it is these gods have been on Earth because the Mesopotamian stories really read more like they're from another planet, which they do name, than dimensional. But okay, well, let's just put that aside. And but there is a very interesting thing. They have been on Earth for a very long time, you know, gathering resources, and they created humans to be a slave race because their ability to travel through space was quite limited, right?
Right.
They weren't actually these gods that could do whatever they wanted. They were quite limited by their technology. And if we just take and change our perspective from space travel to dimensional travel, makes perfect sense, right? Now, in this story, uh, a very large delegation came to Earth for the first time, right? And
Right.
they were having themselves a banquet and a ball.
Mm.
Isn't that interesting? This story thousands of years ago, but they're talking about banquets and balls. Isn't that interesting? But
Mhm.
nevertheless, they were all coming to see what they had built and what was going on. And one guy came in and he was talking to Ninhursag, who is the Hathor or the cow of India, right?
Mhm.
Um, and they were like, "Oh, it's been so long," and they gave themselves a hug because they were classmates. They went to the same academy, right?
Right.
And in the conversation, they were just chatting. You know, how you doing? Look what you've done here. You've been so successful. Yada yada yada. But in the conversation, he randomly, quite rudely, says, "Damn, you look old."
Right.
And of course, she noticed it herself because, you know, she even mentioned after the fact that she thought he looked so young, and she had
Mhm.
become the old cow by this point, the mother. And
Right.
from that conversation, they got serious about it. Like, why? What? Well, this is obviously true. We were classmates, same age, but I look way old, and he still looks young and healthy. What is happening to us? And they did some research, and they found the problem. And after that, we don't see any more of their stories. Their stories ends there. All those old ancient god stories, that's where it ends, right? Isn't that interesting? But however, if we take that and say, okay, well, how long was Ninhursag on Earth, according to them, right? Well, according to them, they had initially came with Enki or Ea, and that was 450,000 years ago. And then she came later with her daddy, and she stayed to help, and he gave her India. And so let's say 300,000 years ago or so, right? In their timeline. So, it's just their stories. But if we take that 300,000 years, she is on Earth doing her thing, and her friend comes and she's way older than him. So if we did some math and we looked at that, we might be able to get a kind of understanding of the ratio of time that passes between them and us. Now, you also have to take into account that there are many moments in this story where these gods intentionally reduce our age and intelligence because we're noisy and troublesome and dangerous. So we're not living the natural lifespan we're supposed to be living by these stories. They literally handicapped us. So if you put that in place, and let's assume that the original numbers we had from humans, which was upwards of 1,000 years, right, is normal, and then we juxtapose that next to it, what are we looking at? 3,000 to 1 ratio or more, right?
Right. Three
I'm
thousand. Yeah, that's about right.
yeah, I'm just randomly, I'm doing very, very simple math in my head. Mathematician would slap me, but nevertheless, um, just as a fun little quirk, you got that, right? So if we're looking at dimensional stuff, then we're looking at a ratio of around 3,000 to 1. Well, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Or even if it's less. then they've been doing this for 300,000 years, but for them, it's been 3 centuries that they've been working on something,
What they do?
right? Which makes a
Right.
lot more
Yeah,
sense.
exactly.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense. They've been after whatever they're after for a few centuries. Maybe their natural lifespan is, much longer than what ours has become.
Right.
That's what I actually genuinely think is probably going on. It makes a lot of sense. And also the frequency thing you were talking about. When you think about it, maybe the reason why you have big periods where there's very little activity from them is because in order to get here, our dimension has to be in frequency with theirs. So every once in a while, right? Like think of like waves. Our wave goes down, theirs goes up, and then occasionally they meet again. And I think maybe that's when they can come over and interact.
Yeah, because it's about 3,000 years ago where those stories ended.
Right.
That's about when those stories ended.
And they've been picking up real hard again.
Right, and that's interesting because those stories went on for thousands of years, right?
Yes.
Of just new stories. They're not all came out at one point. Those are stories over time. Like I said, the gods aged.
Mm-hmm.
And things happened. They had struggles and wars and difficulties amongst themselves in those old stories, whether you read the Greek or the Hindi or, whatever version you read. Even the Chinese Yomi, it's the same story, right? So maybe there is some, and like I said, in their stories, even the last bit we got, they weren't masters of travel. They had troubles. It was difficult. That's why they created slaves, because they couldn't get enough people here. They just couldn't get large enough people here, and they needed the resources, and therefore, well, we got a human-like thing here. Why don't we just adapt it and just make it a slave and get what we need, right? So we're not talking about gods that are godly, right?
Right.
They were limited, and maybe that's still true. Maybe their technology is limited, and if they are at such a time contraction, then that would make a lot of sense, would it? Because they haven't had all the time for us that we've had to evolve. They're under a much tighter crunch. And if you see what we've done in the past 300-400 years, wow, right? We've accomplished a lot, but we really haven't, if you think about it. Most of the technology we have, it's smaller, more refined, but it's still doing the same thing that we did a long time ago. So,
well, it's also still very terrestrial. It's still very reliant on the planet itself, whereas theirs would obviously not, because they can, transverse dimensions. So they would have, and obviously we see their things that seem to break the laws of physics, allegedly, right? Like their ships and what have you. We are incapable of that. We can push them, but we have never been able to. I mean, we call them laws for a reason. That doesn't mean that they are. That's just what we call them.
That's right.
We don't know for a fact. Like they say, you can't go faster than the speed of light. Why? Who made that rule? So you talked to God, and He said no.
Well, we know that's wrong anyway. We can actually freeze light now, but anyway.
Yeah. But my point is, they've said these are the laws, right? You can't go faster than the speed of light. You can't have a reaction. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. Says who? Not in a black hole. It doesn't. So what happened?
Don't get me started.
What happened?
What was the law? Black hole shit. But I, Grimlock, I see why Art Bell spent his whole life doing this. It's fun.
It is. We need a new Art Bell. The world would be a better place. It'd heal, Chester. It might even heal the world if a new Art Bell came up. Because unfortunately, our boy Alex has lost the plot, and that's a shame. Because he's gone off the deep end with the anti-Trump stuff, because it makes more money being anti-Trump than being pro-Trump, and he needs money. Let's be honest, he got fucked over in that lawsuit. So
I still say that was bullshit. There was some bullshit going on.
Of course it was, especially the amount that he got. Like if they had won and it was a reasonable amount, fine, whatever. Yeah, but I mean, $1.5 billion. Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing?
My point is different. I don't think he was completely wrong.
I don't either. I don't think. First of all, I don't think
sus as hell, dude.
It was, and regardless of that, he should be protected under the First Amendment to speculate. Period. I don't care if people got hurt because it was speculation or not. That's not in there.
Well,
It does. There's no addendum to the First Amendment. Like, well, but unless somebody gets hurt, though, no.
Well,
As long as I didn't directly tell them to hurt somebody, I'm not liable. Like, what are we doing?
Well, yeah, but it's like that couple recently. I guess they were in a blue state. I don't know exactly how it happened, but they're driving around their truck. They got a Confederate flag on the back, and they're screaming the N word at people. And they got arrested, and the guy got 20 years, and she got 15 years in prison. Huh?
Yeah, that's outrageous.
Huh?
That's outrageous.
I'm like, where's the drop? Where when did they pull out the machine gun and kill a dozen black people? Excuse me?
You get less time
No.
for raping people.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even know how you go to jail for that anyway. That's completely protected. You can.
I mean, you could
allowed
get
to be
them
an
potentially. Yeah, you could get them for potentially misdemeanor, disturbing the peace, stuff like that, especially if they're being real
sure.
loud.
Give them a fine.
But felonies, like actual prison sentences, are outrageous. There's no way that's gonna. Maybe it will, but if they can get a decent lawyer, that's getting thrown out. Unless there's more to it than has been reported. There's more to it that's been reported.
Yeah, because I don't know much. I just saw a little offhand comment on it. But there's no way that would stand at a higher court. But it's just the fact that, like with Alex, it is a thing that can happen in a country that has a Bill of Rights that is mostly about protecting your legal rights. That's what the Bill of Rights mostly do, is protect you in court, right?
Yes,
We've
from the
gone over
government.
this before. We talked about it. Everyone always talks about the First Amendment, your freedom of religion, freedom of speech, Second Amendment, freedom to have the gun, and maybe the fourth one, the right of assembly. However, most of those amendments are about protecting you in court, is what they are.
Right.
So I have no idea how something like that can even happen, right? And I think one of the things we've gone sideways in the country with is we have separated legal court and civil court, and that's a mistake. There should be no separation. It should just be, court.
Right.
Because in civil court, the burden of proof is greatly reduced.
Well, you only need a majority, 51%. You don't need a full, because in criminal court you have to do it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah,
beyond a reasonable doubt.
It has to be 100%. Yeah, of jurors.
Whereas a civil court isn't. I honestly think. Well, the problem is this is a really deep conversation, but this was intentional. Civil courts shouldn't exist. They weren't supposed to. They became courts with full function of the law very recently, in the last 100 years or so, maybe 130. It used to just be a magistrate would handle these cases, and that was it. There was deliberation. It was for torts and things. You didn't need a judge. You didn't need a jury. You didn't need all that because there wasn't force of law like there is for criminal, where they could physically punish you. The reason why we didn't have things like debtors' prisons and stuff in America is because we didn't need them. Because there was no law about this, and there never really should have been. But the fact that there is really just because rich people are greedy. And, well, all people are greedy, but they have the funds to actually do something about it. So they got the things muddied, got things brought in. The reason why copyright is a law, right, as it is because rich people wanted to protect their investment. Really, they just wanted to control. They wanted to control things. It has nothing to do with what's right or just or fair. It has everything to do with powerful people want to keep power. So that's why you have a lot of these civil courts, like you said, they got separated. If it's a crime, it would always go to a court, go before a judge, a jury, the whole deal. If it wasn't a crime, it would go usually to a magistrate or some other lower level official than a judge. Judges are supposed to be a very respectable, powerful position in the American system, and they are for the most part. There's a few wackadoos here or there, but usually they're fine.
Yeah.
And I think that's what happened. I think it was intentional by subversives. Probably, I could probably look it up. It was probably Marxists, it usually is, or globalists of some description. And they got what they wanted. This is what they've done. They've used the legal system against itself by decrying fairness, when the legal system isn't meant to be fair. It's meant to be true. There's a difference. Just because something is fair doesn't mean it's true. Just because something is true doesn't mean it's fair. It's just true. That's what the legal system, it's supposed to be a scientific process, our court system. Nobody wants to call it that, but that's what it is. You have two people with competing theories. The state's theory is you're guilty of this thing, and your theory is you're not, or that they can't prove that you are, which is not necessarily the same thing. And you are supposed to be presumed innocent, just like when you do a scientific experiment. You're supposed to presume that you're wrong, not that you're right, that you're wrong.
Yeah.
And then you falsify it until you not like the old saying goes, art isn't done when there's nothing more to add, art is complete when there's nothing more to take away. Science is kind of the same thing. You're supposed to do that. Falsify. Take the bad stuff out. Stuff that isn't true. This isn't true, this isn't true, this isn't true. Oh, well, then that must be true because that's all that's left. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how law is supposed to do it, too.
And tort has been around for 1,000 years, well, nearly 1,000 years.
Yes.
And tort basically means civil wrong is the meaning. But
Right.
The whole idea of tort is to compensate the aggrieved party financially, right? Or
Right.
resource based
Or materially. Yeah.
is where it's coming from. But what happened for most of history of tort is you would have a case, and then after the judicial case is done, then you would have tort after the fact.
Yes.
But these days in America, and I would assume Europe and Britain as well, they've separated it completely, where you can go to criminal court or civil court.
Except, I'll tell you that one of the few places they haven't is bankruptcy law. If you file bankruptcy in America, especially as just a normal person, I'm not talking about like business, big stuff, but just normal level, you don't go before a judge. You don't go into a courtroom. You go into a little room, talk to an arbitrator, and if anybody, he basically, here's what he says, or she, whatever. Is there anybody here who can test this bankruptcy? If no one says anything, they stamp it, you're done. It takes 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chester, because that's what it should take, right? We're not here to litigate things as if it's law. We're here to just, okay, nobody wants to challenge it? Fine, done, easy. If somebody challenges it, then it can become a bigger process. But it's supposed to be very simple. I mean, they'll do 5, 10, 15 bankruptcy cases in a day, easily. They'll just bust through them because most of the time, and they get summons, they get letters, they get everything from the magistrate, from the clerk of courts, that, hey, they're filing bankruptcy. Do you want to contest it? The people that you owe money to. And if they don't show up, they just lose. It's that simple. That's what it should be. Whoever shows up, and if need be, makes a case, right, makes an argument, should just win. You don't need layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of law. Most of these things are very, very easy to sort out, right? It's very, very easy. But they've muddied it intentionally, because then it's not easy. Then the process can be the punishment, right? Because now it takes time. You got to pay experts. You got to do all this stuff, and it's just ridiculous.
Right. However, a caveat to this: as of recently, the credit card companies have been contesting a lot more than they used to, right?
Yep.
Because it used to be, credit card companies all they want you to do is pay your minimum. They don't want you to pay it off. They're not
Right.
making money. But if you don't pay anything, well, they're going to go after you, and this has always been true. However, recently, a lot of people have been trying to duck out of it by filing bankruptcy, but the credit card companies are paying attention, because what they'll do before it gets to the point that you actually try to file bankruptcy, they sell your debt to a collection company, a company
Yes.
that buys your debt at a reduced rate, and for them to make money, they need to get fully what you owe. Right? That's how it works. So because of that, these companies have been set up that the whole business plan is making money off of your failure to pay credit card debt. So
Right.
now that we're separating away from the credit card companies into companies who are completely dedicated just for that purpose, they are challenging bankruptcy at an extremely high rate. When it comes
Which,
to credit card
personally, they shouldn't be able to. I think this idea that you can sell someone's debt should be illegal. It's obvious financial manipulation. If you are a lender, right? You have infinite protections from the federal government. One, we know they'll bail them out. They've done it 1,000 times, not just a few times. They've done it multiple. They do it basically every year, if we're being honest. So it's bullshit. There shouldn't be allowed to sell someone's debt. If they give somebody money and that person does not or cannot pay them back, you just lose, lender. That's it. That's the game.
That's why
That's the name of the game.
it used to be hard to get credit cards because they literally
Right.
had to make a decision: are you a viable customer? Are you
Right.
trustworthy? But now they give them out like candy.
Right. It's
Because of
financial
the system.
manipulation.
Well, we
Yeah.
see a lot of these things in modern world that it shows you how far things are out of kilter. Because, like for instance, we have many prisons around the world, in America as well, that are private.
Yes.
What?
Yes. No, that shouldn't be a thing either.
It's a conflict.
And
of
it wouldn't
interest
be a
going out,
thing.
you know.
It wouldn't be a thing if we just handled criminals like we're supposed to. Our system is supposed to be brutal, but it's supposed to only be brutal when it's been rigorous first. That's the idea, right? The punishment is supposed to be severe and strict and final, not necessarily death, but bad. But you should have gone through the process, right? The process is supposed to be rigorous. It's supposed to be
Bill of
fast.
Rights.
Yes, but once it's done, and that's it. Like you've lost now. You've committed. You're guilty in the eyes of the state, in the eyes of society, and you have a debt to pay. Now, sometimes that would be with your life, like if you're a horse thief or a murderer or a rapist. Other times it would be just prison or hard labor or whatever. I think we need to bring back hard labor. Full
I
stop.
think so too. Some states still have it, but they rarely give it out. No, these country clubs need to be shut down. We need to get rid of
Yep.
the privatization of prisons, and they need to be a place that is not fun at all.
Yeah, you don't want to be there.
Get rid
Don't
of
want to
these
be there.
visitations. Get rid of this nonsense. Lock them in their cells. Have them.
Bro, some of them
working for the
got
community.
TVs in their cells. Some of them got internet access.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
what are we doing?
ridiculous. They
It's a
should-
resort
They
at this
should
point.
be working for the community, meaning whatever. Now, I'm not this is libertarian in me. I'm not a big fan of the government owning any business, right?
Yes.
But however, there should be a system in place where they're actually making or doing something that serves the community is what they should be doing. But it's not what we have now. You literally have these kids being thrown 20, 30-year prison sentence. Of course, they only serve about 20% of that if you're lucky. And they have no fear whatsoever. They're happy
Right.
to go. And that should tell you something.
Yep. I'll be right back real quick.
Yeah. But anyway, I do want to. We've had some fun conversations today. Once again, happy Mother's Day. And I do want to kind of switch over and start talking about the entertainment stuff. Although today's conversations were fun. Talking about the whole alien thing, especially because it is a current affair, is interesting because it's just like talking about philosophy. The reason why people don't get upset about it is because nobody knows. You're just having an opinion and having a light conversation about something interesting. Same conversation with any conspiracy theory or ghost or what have you. They're just fun little conversations. And I don't know that we'll ever know the truth. I don't know that we're going to have the Hollywood reveal where these aliens, whatever they might be, come down and start talking to congresses of the world and doing news interviews and stuff like that. I seriously doubt that's going to happen. Because if it were, it would have happened, hundreds of years ago. And some people argue that them speaking to government people is the same thing. Maybe that's true. But anyway, it's fun. But let's go over and switch to talking about our entertainment stuff, shall we? So let me see here. Here we go. So Grimlock, are you with me? How you doing over there? Oh, there
Yes,
you
I
are.
am.
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into this a little bit, shall we?
Let's see. What do we get? Well, if it will fucking open up.
Okay.
Okay, come on, Discord. Oh, Lord. I regret my request for Discord to open up.
Okay.
The Odyssey, rumors claim Elliot Page is Achilles. Lupita Nyong'o is Helen of Troy. This ain't rumors. This is pretty much is.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Who's actually gonna watch this shit?
Well, you notice that I haven't spoken about this on this channel really, right?
Yeah,
I think we had one or two little comments that just came up about it, but I haven't talked about it. And the reason I haven't, I guess it's got to the point now because everyone's kind of pushing back against this thing, and they're all kind of desperate because they know in their heart they feel something's wrong, but they don't know what it
yeah.
is. And they're pushing against silly little things like the American English in it, and and to be fair, it is kind of lame. But look who they have as actors. Uh, but uh, but I've just been kind of quiet on it because I know what's happening here, and I was just waiting for it to come to a head, and it is. So now I'll talk about it. The reason why you feel something's wrong and you don't understand, because a lot of people said, "Oh, you guys just want to complain about everything," which is not wrong. But the reason is very simple. Christopher Nolan is a Wookiee. He's always been one. You know this. Now, he's also a professional, and he can separate one from the other on occasion, right? But he is a Wookiee. Now, this Odyssey, when people started hearing about it, they thought that we were going to get, Homer's Odyssey, right?
Mhm.
But that's not what you're getting here. This is not what Christopher Nolan is doing. He has stated it very clearly. Matter of fact, one of his statements from pretty early, because he's always wanted to do this. He's talked in his career. He's talked about doing the Odyssey many times, but he's not talking about Homer's Odyssey. But what he's talking about is this. All right, and he's said this many times. If you just listen, there's this lady supposed to be a translator like me, right?
Yeah,
And her name is Emily Wilson. And quite a while back, she did a translation, right, of
yeah,
the Homer's Odyssey. She did her own translation. And of course, because she's a feminist and her translation was very effeminate, not effeminate, very feminist. The community, the typical subjects praised her, praised her, praised her, praised her, because what she did was she made it feminist. It's all from the female point of view instead of the male point of view, and she made the language super super modern and common instead of translating it directly. Now, I know that Nolan has said how much he loves her translation many times. I know as soon as he announced him doing the Odyssey, it's something he's always wanted to do, and I knew it would be this. I knew this, and I'm just waiting to it started becoming noisy and an issue. Here's the
yeah.
thing. The reason why I guess I was slow rolling on it is this, Grimlock. I don't know if you guys know, I'm a philologist,
Yeah. No, I didn't know
and,
that. It's
and
news.
yeah, and I'm licensed in 12 languages. I have various levels of licenses, but I'm also a teacher of ancient languages at a university level. If I don't know if you knew that, right? And what are the things I teach at university, right? Well, I teach cuneiform, right? I teach anthropology 101, basically, as far as an American, you know what I mean. And I will do some pickup things for them here or there. But one of the other things I teach, I don't know if you knew this, I probably haven't said it 1,001 times. I teach,
No, you?
oh, me, yeah. Um, I teach ancient Greek. Did you know that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I did. Yeah.
yeah, I do that. That's one of my things. At a university, they pay me money to do that. Yeah.
Big
So
money.
yeah, well, it's not. I don't complain about it.
A
But the thing is, therefore, I am. I don't know what's the word. An expert
bit of an expert.
on ancient Greek, a little bit,
Yeah.
right? And this translation by this idiot from any philologist or even a linguist has always been considered to be stupid. Now, a layman like Nolan, he's a feminist and he loves the feminist stuff, and a lot of them praise and love this translation. But I've seen this. I know who she is from long ago, right? Her translation is ridiculous. I
Ridiculous.
I could sit and do a more interesting, more accurate translation than she has done. And the reason is not that she isn't capable of being a translator. I imagine she might well be. It's she had an agenda, whereas I wouldn't.
Right.
I would just simply translate as best I could this thing into whatever language, probably English, right? As was done by many early peoples. She had an agenda. She's a feminist. Her agenda was to destroy one of the great Western epics because it's too male centric. Of course, the Odyssey is all about Odysseus, a
That's
man,
right.
right?
I mean, an evil man,
A
a
loving
colonizer.
a colonizer, even. Um, and of course, you also have her translation of the Iliad. She's done other damage. It's not just this. But
So
that's her.
basically, her whole translation is based on "Trust Me, Bro."
Yeah. No, you can see it. Like I said, I have read the Odyssey in the original Greek. I have. Have you?
Not in the
In the
original Greek.
original,
I mean, that's something that's at one time. I don't know if it still is. That used to be something you would do as what part of high school literature,
Sure.
maybe
yeah,
college literature.
Sure. I had to read
Um,
all of Shakespeare in the original Middle English. Yeah.
um,
Or early, or
I,
just
I, I,
Shakespearean English.
I hate that. And look, it, it, if the thing is going to bomb, I think people should be prepared for that first and foremost because people are already have been tired of this tactic. It's kind of like
Yeah.
how we talked about seeing things come up in your algorithm. You've been seeing the whole feminist thing going on 15 years now, and you just saw a massive failure with the Bride of Frankenstein crap that they tried to pull out just a month or so ago.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't a great idea, was it? Yeah. But that's what that
Well,
really is relating
none
to
of them have been great
negativity.
ideas,
No.
and it's like how many times do you have to see this? It's kind of like the communism question. How many times do you have to see something fail before you go, okay, we should shelve this permanently?
Well, just to give you some heads up on what she has done and therefore Nolan is going to be giving you. Odysseus is going to be a man who is constantly questioning himself instead of a very clever and resourceful man who is desperate to save his people. All right, which
an
he fails.
insistent man.
Yeah, but he's a weak man that is constantly questioning himself. You're going to get that, right?
Mhm.
You're going to get all the female voices are going to be amplified way beyond they are in the story because the whole story is about him, but it's
That's right.
also about the life's journey, right? There is more meaning here than just the story of Odysseus. But you got to get that. One of the things she did that irritated a lot of people in the translation. Um, Odysseus will think to himself about his conversations, interactions with Achilles, right?
Yes.
And he's just recalling. It's almost in. I don't know. I really don't want to say this, but I will. What would Achilles do? Is the kind
Yeah.
of thing he's doing a
Well,
little bit,
that's who Achilles was, but yeah.
right? But in this translation, and I know Nolan's going to do it. She translated it as if he's speaking to the ghost of Achilles,
Of
right?
course. Which
And
is
of course,
ridiculous.
one of the other things she does is you're definitely going to see is she makes every conversation between men gay,
Of course.
super gay. And therefore, Odysseus, who we know was actually repugnant to some of the gay practices you did find within Hellenic military,
Most Greeks were,
right? But he,
Yep.
it was made very clear, found that repugnant. He didn't like
because
it.
it is.
Well, just saying. But in her translation, she made that he is absolutely has the biggest hard on ever for Achilles. So you got to
Of
get
course,
that,
yes.
right?
Which isn't accurate at all. He
Right?
worshipped. It was more hero worship than anything.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll take that. All right.
Yeah.
But and everybody had that because Achilles is badass.
Because
right?
he's Achilles.
He's
He was
Achilles.
he's probably was a real person too. That's the crazy part.
Oh, I'm sure he was. Yeah.
He was the, you know, in a lot of ways he was their, you know, he was their ideal for thousands of years. Achilles was the ideal of the great man, of the great warrior
Great warrior. Yeah.
in Roman, Roman too, in Greco-Roman
Yeah.
culture.
But
It was
also,
Achilles. That was
keep
the
in
guy.
mind, the Hollywood always makes him a great fighter, sure enough. But actually, the term you would have seen associated with Achilles throughout history was a great tactician,
Yeah, warlord.
right? Yeah.
He was perfect in war, is one of the accounts of him, which doesn't mean he was a great fighter. It meant he didn't lose battles. He knew how to
He
command
was a good
soldiers.
tactician. Now,
Yeah.
so you got to get that. You're also going to get every single woman in this is oppressed to the nth degree because men are horrible, right?
Of course, yeah.
Et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure that Nolan will even load on that even more, right?
Yep.
So my concern has very little to do with giving one shit that the Napangapingo lady and Ellen Page are involved. That's the least of the problems that you're going to get from
Yep.
this. And
I
just
personally think Matt Damon's a worse casting than any of them.
he's not
He's not
appropriate for it
Achilles.
at all. Yeah.
No.
Tom Holland, the non-acting boy. I mean, he works for Spider-Man because he's just being Tom Holland.
And he's tiny, right? Spider-Man's a little guy.
Well,
And Achilles is a short guy too, right? In the story, Achilles is short, but he's thick like a bull, right? There's a part in, I think it's in the Iliad, where he describes his thighs for like 2 paragraphs. How ridiculously brawny this guy is. He's not a soft man. He's smart. He's clever, but he's just short. But he's built like Wolverine, basically. He's just thick. He's a thick boy. He kind of reminds me of Grimlock will remember this. You might remember him too. Remember the wrestler Rhino?
Yeah.
Built similar to that, except more muscle and less, chub.
Yeah.
That's what Achilles should be like, not Matt fucking Damon. Matt Damon isn't built like Achilles. What are we doing? Or not Achilles, Odysseus.
Odysseus, yeah, he was a bit of a tank, yeah. Now I don't mind the age frame. People are complaining about saying Tom Holland's too young, and I'm like, well, you didn't read the Odyssey.
Well, it takes 20 years.
Well, yeah, but 10 of that was spent fighting the Trojans, and then
Yes.
the actual journey home was 10 years. So the boy would have been 22, 24,
Right.
something like that. And Tom Holland's fine. There's no problem with that. It's just Tom Holland can't act. He has no.
Well, they also have him. Did you see the trailer? The way he speaks? He speaks like he's, a California 20-year-old, not
20-year-old. Yeah.
not a Greco, not a Helene.
But I'm just telling you that, yeah, of course they're going to make Helen of Troy, which, keep in mind, that's the Helen. They are the Hellenic League, right?
Right, their entire thing comes from her. It's ridiculous.
But it's also them, Homer making a metaphor, right?
Yes. Yes.
So whatever. And, we know exactly what she looks like. Putting this lady in is stupid. And this lady just loves the race hustle. She's a race hustler.
Of course.
And having Ellen Page, I don't care. These are not the issues. Trust me, bro. Right?
Yep.
The issue is where he's getting his source material. Right? This is going to be an extreme train wreck. Because
what's his wife's name? What's Odysseus' wife's name? The queen? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Persephone?
No. I can't remember. But in the story, she's pretty awesome. She doesn't get tons of screen time, but the time that she does, she's pretty great. She spends 20 years waiting for her husband to come home. She has multiple people who want to take his spot effectively,
I was so close.
and
Penelope.
Penelope, and she rejects them all. She's loyal, right? Odysseus is her man. That's it. That's the end of the conversation for her.
There's a lot of anecdotal. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor and analogy. Damn it, my brain. Um, a lot of stuff in that is talking about Greek culture in general, right?
Yes.
It's talking about the Hellenic people. It's was there a battle against Troy? Yep.
Yep.
Were these people referencing actual historical figures? Some yes, some no.
Agamemnon, definitely.
Agamemnon, 100%, of course.
Yeah.
But
what a great name, Agamemnon. What a name.
It is a good name. But it's a lot of allegory. There's the word. Thank you, brain.
Yes.
And that's fine. That's the point of what Homer was trying to do. But I don't really. Of course, it's dumb shit, and it's.
Now we've got people because they allegedly cast this freak to play Achilles, and people are upset about it, like you're talking about. And I agree with them. I think it's ridiculous. Brad Pitt was perfect. One of the best castings in the history of Hollywood was Brad Pitt as Achilles. But regardless, a lot of people now are trying to pretend that Achilles wasn't an immortalized hero up there with all of them, maybe even superior to all of them when it comes to the Greek heroes in their time, in their culture. They want to say that the Greek... I've literally seen some idiot say, no. See, the actual Greek historians from the time looked down on Achilles and said he was an emotional child. I've seen this, Chester.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, all right, you need to be flogged. You don't need to speak anymore. That's so unbelievably dishonest. It's insane. It's insane for you to say that. I'm not saying there aren't historic Greek contemporaries who said things like that. There are. But that wasn't the prevailing thought. That was one or two guys who probably were little beta cuck bitch boys who didn't like the fact that Achilles was seen as this ideal because he was the manliest man to ever man. They didn't like that. A big part of the description of Achilles is I think he says something to the effect of he carries his face is the face of a man who's well endowed or something like that. Something like the idea is Achilles was the prototypical Chad. Like today we have Chad, right? The big Chad guy. That was Achilles in every way. He was blonde, he was beautiful, he had eyes like a cat, he was big and strong, and everybody respected him and feared him. Even the gods feared him. Like he was that guy. That was the idea. So to sit there and pretend because he did a bad thing in Greek culture, which was the desecration of a body, he was considered this emotional child. Like shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. You are so... I cannot stand these Marxist subversives. They desperately need to be dealt with and silenced. Just silenced. No more. We've had enough of your subversion for the last 150 years. I'm done with it. I'm completely and utterly done with it. Achilles was and is a great human hero, not just Western, human hero. The fact that they would come at him like this just because Nolan's a retarded cuck who cast this bullshit is disgusting to me. And I hope this movie bombs miserably. I hope it's his first mega bomb. I hope it destroys everybody involved in its careers just for daring to besmirch the Odyssey. Because I've been over here saying for decades, we need the Odyssey. Why has nobody made it in modern times? We have the technology to make it awesome. It would be great. Chester, I said it right to you. We need the whole war, the Titan War. We need the whole deal. Do all of Greek mythology. Start from the beginning and run it to the end. It could be amazing if you did it well.
We could see a lot of good stuff in that. That is true. Yeah, that's true.
How cool would it be to see Zeus fight Typhon? Where he drops a mountain on him to beat him.
True.
That's what it takes. That's awesome.
You're not going to get that from this.
No.
Now, keep in mind, Agamemnon, which means steadfast ruler, by the way.
That's right.
It's probably a title, not necessarily.
Well, he probably gave himself that name, but yeah.
But nevertheless, he is my king, and it's very interesting because a lot of times when we talk about Troy, a lot of it leans into Achilles, right?
Yes.
But Achilles was told to go because his mother told him to go because he would get great fame and honor put on his name,
Yep.
which he did. Glory.
Yep.
Um,
No
but
one will remember your name. That's the great line from the movie. You'll
so
remember your name.
Achilles is not, yeah, he's a big part of the story. People love Achilles. But from Agamemnon's point of view, he needed Achilles because of who he was. But
Yes.
what he needed more was Odysseus.
Yeah.
So this
His
tells you,
cleverness.
yes, this tells you how big a deal Odysseus was. People seem
Yes.
to misunderstand this, even
That
though
was
it's
one of the
literally
main
called the Odyssey.
complaints for Troy for the movie was how sidelined Odysseus is. I mean, he still does his deal. He still makes the horse and all that. Now, that's fantastic. But he should have been far more. I mean, him and Achilles are kind of like right there, right, the whole time. There's no reason he shouldn't be. So that was one of the main complaints from that movie back then. I remember when people were, back in the day when that movie came out, people were complaining about Brad Pitt being, but this was just that weird thing that some people do where they just hate
Right.
Brad Pitt for some reason. I don't know why. They just have this hate boner for the guy, even though he's never really done anything to earn it, other than he's handsome and a decent actor. But
He did a good job.
honestly, he did a fantastic job as Achilles. He nailed the entitled arrogance that isn't cruel. It just is. It's who he is. Because he's Achilles. He's a bad motherfucker, and he knows it. And the one thing that he wants is exactly what you said. His mother dangled that little carrot in front of him, knowing full well it's the only thing he wants was immortality, was to be remembered forever. He succeeded. Good job. But regardless, it's a shame that this movie is going to come out, and here's what's going to happen. If it bombs, which it probably will, if it bombs, I'm hoping it does, they're going to learn the wrong lesson. The lesson they're going to try to learn is that nobody wants to watch Greek stuff, right? Ancient fantasy, whatever, Greek mythology, da-da-da-da. That's not accurate, folks. That's not true. People love that shit. We've loved that shit for always because it's cool and some of it's metal as fuck. I would love to see some proper Greek stuff. I'd like to see some Egyptian stuff. Why not? Let's do Chinese lore. There's a lot of it. Why not? Let's have some fun. We got all these mythologies out here. Let's play with them. But we're not allowed, because in order to do that, you have to be somewhat faithful. You have to have the same mentality that the guys who made Mortal Kombat 2 had. You see, the guy who he actually likes the source material. What a surprise. What happens when you like or the people who make the Mario movies, Miyamoto himself. They seem to enjoy the source material, so they make good things with it. They don't try to turn it into something it's not. What a crazy idea. I know. It's a wild thing. I just this whole Odyssey thing. You're completely right. As soon as I saw Matt Damon as Odysseus, I said, "Well, this is wrong. It's just wrong. He's not Odysseus. He's not. He doesn't have." One of the problems is Odysseus is described as he has a look in his eye. I can't remember his exact phrasing, but basically he has a cunning look to his eyes. But you can tell if you look at him long enough that he's smart. He's not handsome. He's not, he's not like, he's not that. He's just, you can see it, right? If you pay attention. He looks tired, but he looks intelligent. And Matt Damon doesn't. Matt Damon does not look smart. He's not stupid, but he doesn't look smart. When you look at his face, he doesn't look like a smart man. He just doesn't. Sorry to tell everybody, that's just not what a smart guy looks like. Yeah. And that kills it for me.
It does.
Personally.
And another important point to it is Odysseus is said to, when he instantly commanded the legions. Whereas with Achilles, they cheer Achilles. Right?
That's right.
They are, he's cool and they like Achilles.
They worship Achilles. They respect Odysseus.
Yes.
There's a difference.
The real deal. Now, do keep in mind, there is a kind of an important little thing going on. I could sit here and talk about Agamemnon for a long time, all the crazy shit he supposedly did. However,
yes.
In that situation. However, if you understand that the reason why Odysseus was there and how I'm trying to push that he's way more important than anybody else, which is why it's called the Odyssey. Because he didn't want anything to do with Agamemnon's stupidity. Right?
Yep.
That's how he put it, by the way. But of course, what they did was Odysseus, not Odysseus, but Agamemnon sent down Palamedes to Odysseus, said, I'm representing Agamemnon, and if you don't come and be part of the army, I'm going to kill your infant son for him. So get off your
Right.
ass and let's go. Because Telemachus, who is played by Tom Holland, of course, is that child. So Odysseus is not only important, he's so damn important that Agamemnon threatens to kill his child to get him there,
That's right.
right? So, and you go on all the other stuff. And of course, he's a crazy bastard. He literally sacrificed his own daughter to make everybody feel like this is going to be a winning event. I mean,
Yep.
that's an asshole right there.
True monster. He's the villain of the story.
He is.
That's the other thing, people, again, because people are just so dumb. There's people out there who they think that Achilles is the hero, or Hector's actually the hero, or Odysseus is the hero, or blah 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 blah. They're all the hero. The only one who's a villain is Agamemnon of that level. There's other villainous characters in there, especially in the Iliad or in the Odyssey. But in the Iliad, it's mostly just Agamemnon being a prick. Right, the one guy gets cucked, and he's mad about that, his brother. But Agamemnon don't really care about that. He's pretty clear about it. He just wants Troy. He's a total piece of shit. The whole thing. Whereas the rest of them are they're supposed to extol different virtues. That's the idea, right? Whereas Achilles is the virtue of a warrior. Hector is a virtue of loyalty and duty. Odysseus is the mind, is brilliance. And then perseverance later in the Iliad. That's the point. These aren't supposed to be taken as factual accounts. That's not what Homer was doing. He was telling a story. These are narratively done. They were supposed to be, this is the other thing people forget, the Iliad and the Odyssey were supposed to be recited, right, out loud, not just read. These are poetry. You're supposed to speak them.
Yeah. Well, anyway, that's that. I haven't spoke on it because it wasn't the right time. Now I have. So
here it comes.
It is what it is. This is not Homer's Odyssey. This is not Odysseus. This is Emily Wilson, feminist extraordinaire, and Nolan's absolute love and dedication to feminism. That's what this is.
I'm curious.
That's what you feel when you see this. That's why it feels off. Is because it is. It is
That's right.
An agenda, and an old one, by the way. This is not something
No.
new. But nevertheless, there, I said something. So moving on.
There it is. Yeah, I saw this. Jacob Elordi back in the James Bond race. New pole position rumor emerges. He's wrong. He's the wrong guy. He's not a bad-looking dude. That's not the issue. He's young. He's too young. That's one issue. The other issue, he's 6'6". What are we doing?
He's a big boy.
How are you gonna have a 6'6" spy? How's that gonna work?
I don't really have tons of opinion on it. I put it up because we talked about it a little bit. It looks like, well, they've made their choice. And Henry Cavill has come out and said very clearly he's not the next Bond. He's just ended that conversation, which is why
it's a shame because he's the perfect age now to be Bond. Early 40s, late 30s.
This kid doesn't have a lot of stuff because he is young. They say that he's chosen because, here's the reasons. He's young. He could realistically play Bond for 20 years. Sure, he's one of the biggest Gen Z male stars. I don't know, is that true? He brings a built-in global audience. Fair enough. He isn't locked into another mega franchise. Okay, I get all of that. I don't really have much opinion. I've only seen I checked his IMDb. He's done hardly anything. But I have seen him in Frankenstein where he played the monster, and he was fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
No, he's fine as an actor. That's not the issue. I just think he's a bad casting choice.
Yeah,
he's too tall. Is the big one, and he's too young.
Yeah.
Bond is not supposed to be a rookie. He's supposed to be a veteran.
And I did think it was weird. They put him in Wuthering Heights aside Margot Robbie, and he's a very young man, and she's not.
Yes, she's almost 40. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of weird. But it's not something I would watch. But people seem to like it, and it seems like in the end they got their comeuppance as they should, because that's the whole point of the story. So
Yep.
okay, fine. He's done two things, and all right then, fine. We'll see. Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues really is his height. But they
Yeah.
can deal with that, I think. And
A 6'6" is pretty hard to shoot around.
he's a big boy. And of
Yeah.
course, another issue he does have, I don't know, well, another issue he has is he's Australian.
Yeah.
Can he do a British accent? I haven't seen Wuthering Heights. I don't know. But if he's the big deal they say he is, you would assume his Britishness would be amazing. You would think,
Right.
right?
Well, let's hope. If this is at least I'll give them this. At least they didn't go with some goofy looking guy. Like there was a lot of rumors they were going to go with, a ugly guy. This guy right here, right now, for his generation, is probably the pinnacle of the masculine star for Gen Z. Right?
Yeah.
He's tall. He's good looking. He's manly.
Boy. Yeah, I didn't know.
So it could be a lot worse. But there's just things that bother me. The height bothers me. I think he's a little too young. Oh, God. They tried. Remember? They tried. And everybody said, oh, hell no. And they had to change it. Yeah. But no, it could be a lot worse. I'm not sold. I think he's too tall. We'll have to see how he does. If he can turn it on, if he can turn on that charm and pull it off, then fine. Height can be overcome. It's not the end of the world. Age can be overcome too. But I think there's better options out there. I still think Henry's the best option. I do. And it's not just because I'm a Henry fan. I think he has the right look. He looks like what Bond is described as.
And he's the perfect age, actually.
The perfect age right now. Right? He could do 10 years. He's only like 42. He could do 10 years as Bond. What are we talking about?
James Bond is not a young guy. It's not a young character. Yeah.
That's the problem I have with a lot of modern stuff, is they're just so afraid to have their hero be a little older. It's very rare nowadays where they let that happen.
Especially in America.
It's really annoying. Like, most of the great tales aren't young men doing great things. There are tales like that, of course, but the Odyssey, a perfect example. He's not young. He's a grown man, Odysseus. A king, even. So, it's very annoying that we don't get to see these characters the way they should be presented. And Bond should be a veteran. He should be grizzled a little bit, not totally, but a little bit. He's hardened. He's done this before. Yeah. He's been here.
Well, in the books, he's 45. So
yes,
Henry's perfect age, perfect.
Yep. And most of them were in their 40s when they were or late 30s when they were cast as Bond. So
no, I'm not talking about the actors. I'm talking about in the book. James Bond is 35 years old.
He's a vet.
Ian Fleming. He's a veteran. Yeah. So the argument that Henry's too old is ridiculous. He's perfect age, actually. Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a shame, but it doesn't look like we're going to get him. Or they're just they're running the old flim-flam on us. They could be. Maybe that's what they're doing.
But like I said, I don't have anything against this kid at all. I just it seems like they made their choice, so here you go. All right.
Yep. Look at AI already doing work. Look at AI doing work. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, that is the future. For just as a little aside with your AI comment, keep in mind, everybody, that I don't know if you've noticed this around you. I have here in Japan. Data centers are jumping up everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere. And I'm curious, what are they doing with these data centers?
I don't know.
Because they're popping up everywhere. We got some in America that are literally the size of a city.
Yes.
So what are they doing with these things?
What are we calculating? Because that's what they're for, right?
Right.
What are we calculating?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It is it, but I've seen them pop up all over around me. Big
Elon wants to put one in space. He wants to make a big satellite network of them, data centers. That was one of his new plans. And on the moon. Put them on the moon. Because then because one of the things these data centers do is they use a lot of power, but they use a lot of power because they get so hot, right? Like your computer gets real hot, for instance. So the cooling system for them is what drains most of that power. Whereas if you put it in space, that's not a problem, right? Because it's not exactly warm in space. So that's why one of the reasons why he wants to put them up in space data centers. Makes sense, honestly. Trump did say the next time we go to the moon, we're building a base. That's what he said. I heard him. We're building a moon base, Chester. It's coming.
Well,
We are going to have Americans on a moon base officially. Now, I think we've had them for probably 50 years, but we're going to officially have one out there.
but yeah, and because of that, because of the data centers popping up everywhere, if you are a person who uses computers, you are in trouble. We all know about the RAM panic and you can't find RAM anywhere. It's become crazy expensive when you do. However, it's starting to bleed into everything else, right? And we haven't had any real good GPU news this year, but we did get one from AMD. It's dropping, and it is a beast. It is a beast. It's not. I'm like, yeah, I see you looking at me. However, would you like to guess how much? Now, I just bought a 570 Ti for my system, which is plenty for me. And I spent $1,500 on it, right? A while back. I got in before this chaos happened, right? Lucky, boy, lucky. However, that new AMD GPU, would you like to guess how much they're charging for that beast?
I don't know what they
The
got.
blood of your firstborn child.
$10,000.
Jesus.
Not far off.
Dude, that is insane.
Not very long ago, in all of our lifetimes, you could get a decent house for 10 grand.
Yeah.
A house.
Yeah, I know. It's just such an insane number. I just because that news came out yesterday, and I saw it after I got home because no, it was on the next day, Sunday. Yeah, because I just went on my weekend. I didn't even ask how was your weekend, Grimlock?
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was rather peaceful. Just the way I like it.
So you just quiet at home. What about you, Thundera?
Wonderful. I had a great weekend. I'll tell you why. One, it's Mother's Day weekend here in America. Today is Mother's Day. Happy Mama's Day to all the mamas out there. And two, the wife and I were very, very productive yesterday. Got all the yard work caught up, got it all done, got our yard looking nice, got some flowers planted, did the whole deal. That's nice. I like it when things get accomplished. It really sucks when you start a project and you're just not able to finish it right then. I hate that. I'd much rather just knock it out. So it's nice when you can actually get it knocked out in one day. So we got that done, and then today I just spent most of the day with my beautiful wife, and I loved it. And Chester, I don't know if we're going to talk about it. I didn't see what's in the lineup here. I did go earlier today and watch the new Mortal Kombat movie, and we'll talk about it later if we get to it.
We are going to talk about it later. I guarantee that.
Yeah.
But the reason I mentioned that is because I just said how much the GPU is and how much everything is getting just out of control, right? Out of control.
Yeah.
Just as a comparison, right? This weekend, I went to a new Thai restaurant, and it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And then the main reason I was up there was because I went for a sitting at a new tailor, suggested by a friend of mine. And it was great. Good experience. They had a lot of materials from around the world. Of course, I ended up making a made in Japan 100% wool fabric.
Yeah.
And have you guys ever done a sitting for a tailor before?
No.
Dude, go
Yes.
do that. You gotta go do that. What are you doing? That's one of the great male experiences. And I went in,
especially if it's a decent looking girl like mine was. I said,
those are fun too. But because you can go get a really solid suit for $500, dude.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I don't know about it anymore, but yeah, you could have.
Right.
Nowadays might be a little more with inflation getting out of control.
It won't be that much more though. I mean, honestly, I've said before, how many suits do you need? You're gonna have every man needs at least one or two suits. Everybody should have at least one. Why mess around? Just go spend yourself $500 and go through the experience. It's a great experience sitting at a tailor. It's a lot of fun. It's just one of the few joys men have shopping, because mostly what do? We carry our wives' bags, right? That's our shopping experience. But a tailor is an actual nice male experience that women don't even have, right? Anyway, I went for a sitting at a new tailor. And I mentioned I got 100% wool. I was looking at some mix. I don't like polyester stuff, but I was looking at like linen, wool or wool silk. I was looking at blends, and I could have got my $500 suit, no problem, right? But something winked at me and caught my attention. And my wife was quietly steaming, I'm sure, and I spent $1,500 on a suit.
Right.
Yeah. My point being is this. That was a good $500 more than I had to spend, right? I usually, when I buy a suit, because I need suits in my job, right? Um, I usually don't. I spend under $1,000 because you can get a really, really nice tailored suit for that, no problem. I spend
Yep.
more than I normally would because it's just going to be gorgeous, dude. I'm telling you. But anyway, um, but that me considering that extra $500 because I was $500 over budget. Um, just a little while ago, I could have bought myself a new GPU for that, right? A normal one, right? But now that suit is nothing compared to a freaking $10,000 GPU,
Which is wild, isn't it?
isn't it?
Pieces of what was made out of lithium, little metal, and some plastic. That's what
Right.
you got in there,
And
and it's
that'll
worth
only
$10,000.
and that'll only last you 5, 6 years if you're lucky. That suit will last
Yep.
the rest of my life.
Yeah, we'll have to keep it up. Yeah, take care of it.
100%, and I always do, because I don't own many, but I need them. So I'll
Right.
go and I'll get them. But don't be stupid like me. Don't let the pretty fabric wink at you. Don't do it. Just go get the standard, good-looking stuff. Get yourself black suit, dark blue, whatever. Go spend your $500 and get yourself a suit. Don't get the semi-tailored crap. Don't get the rack crap because they're actually not hardly any cheaper. It's just not. For an extra $100, you get a handmade product,
Yep.
right? That perfectly suits you, and it's going to be
Well, and if you
way
got a
better.
weird physique like I do, and I think like you've said
Yep.
you do, kind of a really big chest and big torso.
Yeah, my shoulders
That
are a pain
rack.
in the ass, dude.
Oh, my shoulders are ridiculous, bro. I'll put on shirts that it's everything else fits, but I can't move my arms because it's shoulders, just shoulders everywhere.
Yeah, I got the same problem. Little teeny waist, gigantic shoulders, pain in the ass.
Yes. So it's a bit of an issue, but it's near impossible for me to find a decent dress shirt
Yep.
off the rack because of that. Because they're designed for people who have a very slender profile. Right? Most men, that's how if they're not fat, they have a slender profile. They're not wide. They're not broad. And I am. I'm a
Well,
thick
you're
boy.
barrel chested. Yeah.
Yes, built like a warthog. And so shirts just occasionally, for some reason, I'll find one off the rack, fits me like a glove. But it's like this one was clearly designed for the warthog race of men,
Right.
clearly because it fits me beautifully.
Yeah. Well, you also can get a shirt tailored for $100, right?
Yep.
Or less. So I'm just saying, I know a lot of guys like, I'll just get it from the rack, and they try to get cheap. Don't do it, dude. You don't need
Yep.
tons of suits anyway. Most men need one or two, right?
Right.
Just go get it tailored, man. You'll love the experience and the quality and the fit. You trust me, you'll never go back. Because a lot of people have the idea that tailoring is just radically expensive. It's not. I was stupid. I spent more than I had to, right? And
Yep.
I shouldn't have, but I did. But you don't have to spend that kind of money. You can get a really nice suit for under $1,000, dude. No problem, right?
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not the why I'm telling the story. I'm telling the story because, wow, dude, wow. $10,000 for something that's not going to last you 6 years. It's just insane because we've talked about before, and we all know this, the planned obsolescence stuff that they do, right?
Oh yeah.
But it's gone beyond that now, right? Now, like iPhone's a perfect example, Apple. Those are pretty well built. I mean, they're not the best at anything. They're kind of middling, really, but they are well built. But what they've done is they've gone away from planned obsolescence in the hardware, and now it's planned obsolescence in the software,
Yes.
right? They're force you to buy new things because it just doesn't work anymore because of software, right? That is some evil shit coming at you, dude. Evil shit, right? And the reason why they did this is because you have all these people pushing back against Apple and other companies for your right to repair, and they're winning that battle as they should, right? And so what does Apple do? Well, okay, we're gonna lose that, and they're gonna be able to repair their own stuff. We can't stop them. So how do we fix it? Oh, we'll just screw the software up every few years, right? Evil shit, man. Evil shit. Anyway, moving on. Although
Moving on.
I did have a great weekend though because, like I said, if you've never sat for a tailor, go do that, man. That's a great male experience, dude.
John Bernthal says Punisher special will be darkest version yet, different than Spider-Man. And yet again, they still do not understand Punisher.
No, they don't. That's why
Even
they put it
making
out.
that promise is like, you're just missing the mark. But
Well-
you shot the arrow, it hit the target,
Uh-huh.
but you didn't hit where you needed to hit. You didn't hit the bullseye, you didn't get the big points, and it's a shame.
You are right, and you're so much right. I want to read this article, if you don't mind.
Oh boy, here we go.
Don't do that a lot. We usually just talk about it, but I want to read this because it shows you how much they really don't understand Punisher. And Bernthal here, he seems quite passionate about it, and I've seen him. He is passionate about it, and that's great.
Yep.
But he doesn't understand Punisher any more than Ben Affleck understands Batman. So,
and I like Bernthal. I think he's a good dude.
I like him too. I mean, this isn't against him. Although you will find out how much he's actually involved in this. It's pretty shocking. But nevertheless, Grimlock, give us a read there, brother.
Oh Lord.
Oh, Lord. Lordy, Lordy.
John Bernthal says Marvel fans are getting the darkest version of the Punisher yet in the upcoming special that gets released Tuesday on Disney Plus. Dolph Lundgren will disagree with that, but we'll go on. The actor opened up on the Kelly Clarkson show about co-writing the upcoming Punisher project and teased what fans can expect from Frank Castle, including his role in Spider-Man Brand New Day with Tom Holland. According to Bernthal, this version of Frank is not being often from the MCU. We would love to believe that, John. Maybe you actually care about the Punisher. Maybe you're kind of in that Iman Vellani category where you actually give a fuck about the character more than the people you work for give a fuck about the character.
Yeah.
But the problem is the people you work for don't give a fuck about the character, and the Punisher probably more so than any other Marvel character over the last decade not named Spider-Man, they have been trying to assassinate.
Right, sure. That's true. But notice a little point here. He opened up about co-writing the upcoming Punisher. Co-writing. It's interesting. And they
Not solo writing.
Well, I mean, let's continue because it gets interesting. John Bernthal says the Punisher gets darker. Bernthal said the new Punisher story is the most psychologically complex and darkest version of the character fans have seen. Well, already you're on the wrong track here with psychologically complex.
He's pretty straightforward, the old Punisher.
Right? So,
there's not a lot of complexity to Mr. Castle. He's pure vengeance.
Yeah, and here we go as it continues. Go ahead and read, dude.
I think it's going to be the most oh wait, where are we at? For fans who have worried Marvel might tone down Frank Castle. Oh, okay. I think it's going to be the most psychologically complex, the darkest version of the Punisher you're going to see, Bernthal said. I believe it's what the fans want. For fans who have worried Marvel might tone down Frank Castle, Bernthal's comments should come as good news. His version of the Punisher has always worked best when the story digs into trauma, violence, loss, and the cost of Frank's war.
Okay. So let's just take ourselves a look at that. Trauma. You've never read a Punisher comic. Violence.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Loss.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess initially. And Frank and the cost. This is the greatest line in this whole article. The cost
Yep.
of Frank's war for who? The bad guys?
Well,
Sure,
well,
yeah.
okay. Let's just say that that's the case. Okay, you're not exactly encroaching on new ground too. See, we had this movie called Punisher Warzone,
Hmm.
and we've seen the cost of Frank's war in that movie,
Sure,
and it was violent
it was.
and it was brutal.
It was. But
I mean,
the
it is way
implication.
more brutal than anything the MCU is going to do. All I will just say is Microchip's mom.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, I know. And of course that portrayal of Frank Castle is the best we've gotten really. But because all the other versions of Frank Castle, these Hollywood types, they always want trauma and psychological complexity, right? But yes, as you mentioned, people around Frank suffered. Did Frank give a shit?
No,
Not one bit. And that's one of the things that actor did that was so correct, right? And
Yep.
unfortunately he passed away. Yes, Frank acknowledged they paid for his action. He did reward them a little bit, but he didn't give a shit. That's collateral, dude. Frank is a singular thought. He is destruction of evil, is what he is. And he doesn't care about trauma. Whose trauma? Not his. He's well burned that out of his soul. He is he is a vessel of vengeance caused by trauma and loss. True. But he's beyond that now, right?
Yep.
And psychological complexity, because all these words that Bernthal is using,
it's more that theater kids bullshit.
it is. And what he is doing, he's not talking about other people's trauma, he's talking about Frank's drama. The violence that Frank has to endure, the loss that Frank has endured, which is the most accurate of everything here, and the cost of Frank's war to Frank is what he's talking about, right? But that's not the Punisher. Once again, I like this guy. He's passionate about it. Awesome. But he's a freaking theater kid, as Grimlock said. 100%,
Yep.
dude.
Yep.
Let me see here. Bernthal co-wrote the Punisher story. Yeah. Bernthal also confirms he wrote a lot of the project himself and worked with people close to the veteran community. All right. So he went and talked
Did
to
you get Mike Barron?
Yeah.
no, he didn't.
Did you, John?
You should have. You should have. But he worked closely with people in the veteran community. Why?
Okay,
Castle's no, his story, The Punisher, has nothing to do with being a soldier. It's
No.
nothing about that. It has nothing to do with war and veterans and PTSD. It has nothing to do with any of that. That's not Frank Castle. Yes, was he a soldier? Sure, and he was a cop. That's right. I think it was a cop. Yeah. But that's not what the Punisher is doing or what he is. So why are you talking to veterans? What does that have to do with Frank Castle? Right? I wrote. Let's see. He wrote a lot of it, adding that he worked with Nick Komalatos, a Greek guy, I guess, a Marine Raider, who wrote about his pain, hopelessness, and recovery. Oh, okay. Once again, not Frank Castle, dude. Bernthal said that this Greek guy is also a producer on the project. Okay, cool. Um, go ahead and continue there, Grimlock.
let's see where are we at. Cody Alford, another Marine Raider, and Colton Hill, a Green Beret, were also on set and appeared in the special. They're badass, Bernthal said,
I'm
but
sure
more
they
than
are.
badass. They're just beautiful human beings.
Uh huh.
Oh, it's
Uh
that
huh.
wonderful.
Go ahead and continue this,
Um,
Grimlock.
Bernthal said the team wanted to do something meaningful for the veteran community, especially for elite soldiers struggling to return to regular life after combat. John,
Yeah.
you may not believe this, but we had this thing called First Blood.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah. kind of the beginning, the
we
middle,
done
and the
did
end of
that.
that conversation. That's true. But once again, okay, that's all nice, flowery words, theater guy. I don't have a problem with these nice things you're saying and working with veterans, and sure, but you're doing the Punisher, dude. These things do not apply. And of course, that's because what you're going to get. And if you look at the trailer and other stuff, he's super emotional. Every time he does the Punisher, he's more and more and more emotional. He's more distraught. He's more tore apart. He's more PTSD. Every single time Bernthal does the Punisher, it gets more and more broken soldier. Not Punisher, dude. It's not the Punisher. It's not what he is. Yes, his family being killed is what put him on this track. But now that he's on this track, he doesn't whine, he doesn't whinge, he gets at it, which is one of the things Captain America gets so pissed off about with Punisher because he
Well,
doesn't take any emotional or moral consequences for his actions because he doesn't give a shit. He got to kill the bad guy. That's it.
well, the thing is like he's making it, and a lot of them do this, so it's not news to me. It's they acting like they're encroaching on territory that's never been explored before with the Punisher. It's like we said, we've already had the Costa Franks War with Punisher Warzone, and we've had a much darker fucking Punisher in pretty much every version of the Punisher except the MCU.
Yeah.
So, like, what are we talking about here? I mean, like I said, even going back to the Dolph Lundgren Punisher, we had a much darker Punisher. Even the Thomas Jane Punisher, who often gets forgotten. At the end of that movie, what did he do? After everything, he made a declaration of war. He told them there is no coming back from this.
Yeah, which is Punisher.
This is it.
Yeah.
He said Frank Castle is dead.
That's right.
And what you have left is what you have to deal with.
Yeah. Now he's continuing here and he's just praising the soldiers, which cool, dude.
Okay.
But saying that this is all this emotion and this PTSD, this suffering is very core of Frank's story. And it just goes on talking about how Spider-Man is very different. And he's a big bromance with Tom Holland. He thinks this kid's the most amazing thing ever. Yada yada yada. Okay, fine. As you like there, Frank. And once again, I have no problem with this guy. I've enjoyed him, but season one of the let's go back. Daredevil. It was kind of Punisher. Season one, not bad. Everything else after that has been downhill, dude. I'm not against this fella, but he is completely misunderstands Frank Castle. This is not Frank Castle, the Punisher. This is his Frank Castle, a broken soldier who desperately needs someone to come and give him a hug.
Have we not seen the broken man enough? Have we not seen that enough?
I know. Why can't we just have vengeance? What you think on this, Thundero?
Like I said right out of the gate, they just fundamentally don't understand the purpose of the Punisher. Yeah. It's in his name. He's about punishing the people who the system will not punish, who the system can't touch. He punishes them with extreme violence, and it's not a moral play. He's actually probably the closest thing we have to a modern day Greek hero. Right? Most of the Greek heroes weren't doing it for moral reasons. They were doing it because they had other motivations. Achilles was glory. For most of them, it was just straight vengeance. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that narratively in a story. And I think trying to make it deeper than that, trying to humanize Frank Castle, and he's dealing with all this trauma. Okay, obviously in real life, yeah, he would be. His family got Sure. Obviously would fuck him up.
Guy. Yeah, that's true.
But this isn't a real guy. He's supposed to be a metaphor, right? He's supposed to be an allegory. And I think they kind of like what we were talking about with the demystification of the Abrahamic religions. They've been trying to demystify these characters, make them, I want to make them real. I want to make them human. Frank Castle's not supposed to be that. Even though he doesn't have any superpowers, he is supposed to just be vengeance. He is vengeance. That is what he's here to do. He's here to seek vengeance. It's not even... you can couch it in the language of the anti-hero. He's not even that. Frank Castle's a villain. But he's just a villain to bad guys.
Yeah. I always looked at him when I was reading the comics back as a kid. He's Scooby-Doo gone serious. Because, he's riding around in his van. He's got a little Punisher van, popping out, solving mysteries, and just freaking dumping dudes' brains on the floor.
That's right. Just ended them. Yeah. This is a problem. Ended it. Done. Problem solved.
The mystery. Who do I have to kill next?
Right.
Who needs to die today? That's what we're here to find out, folks. I think trying to make this character deeper than he was ever intended to be is kind of a betrayal of the character. I understand the motivation from Bernthal's perspective because he really likes playing Frank Castle.
Yeah, that's cool.
But at the same time, there's a reason you don't do certain things. And I don't think this character, to add that much complexity to him, which is the word they used, is to betray him effectively. Yeah. It's not what he's meant for.
It is. And like I said, I have nothing against Bernthal at all.
No.
But I don't know if I can stomach watching it, dude. Because the last little clip I saw was from this rebooted Daredevil, which no one is watching. No one is watching, right? And they had a little thing with him and Daredevil getting all emotional with each other, and him, being, of course, Punisher for Bernthal's, he's a super tough guy, right? He could take it. And I just, you fuckers. I just don't think I can stomach watching this, even though I have nothing against Bernthal whatsoever. And good for him for being passionate about something, but I just don't think I can. I don't care.
The funny thing is, they want to talk. It's funny watching these motherfuckers. Everything has to be a struggle. Everything has to be trauma.
Yeah, theater kids. You summed it up perfectly.
And the ironic thing is, the character that kind of would fit this more than him, they would absolutely fuck up in Ghost Rider. Because, yes, there is a trauma to Johnny Blaze. There is a struggle with Johnny Blaze. It would actually fit that, yes. Yet, you can actually say PTSD. This motherfucker literally ends up in the depths of hell, indebted to the devil, bonded to something he can't fucking escape. He has no fucking control over. Yes, that would fit more than Frank Castle. What Frank Castle is, and I think, like I said, I think it was best described at the end of the Thomas Jane movie when he makes the fucking declaration of war.
Yeah. I didn't mind that movie either.
I didn't either. I'm gonna be honest. I have liked even the Dolph Lundgren movie. I have liked all the Punisher movies.
Yeah. And the Thomas Jane one, they really laid out the death of his family very clearly, boy. Holy shit. They delved into that more than anybody else did. However, like I said, no thank you.
And one of the most Travolta deaths you can ask for.
Well, I can't remember the name of that actor who did Warzone, because that's the best.
Ray Stevenson.
Ray Stevens, that's right. That's the best I've seen, right? As far as Punisher goes.
And ironically directed by a woman.
Yeah. But also, another thing that I would say I feel is almost closer to Punisher than Bernthal's take would be Denzel Washington's Equalizer.
Yes. 100%. Yes. I completely and utterly agree. I love the Equalizer movies. Yep. He's beyond, like you said earlier, he's beyond trauma. He's gone, but that's all gone now. He's processed it. There's no Frank Castle left, like Grimlock said. He's not human anymore. Yeah, that's not how he sees himself.
He doesn't scream in a battle. He doesn't say, he hardly makes any noise at all, actually.
Just pops fools. Pop, done, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's the weapon. He considers himself the tool of punishment, of vengeance.
Yeah.
Right. He doesn't do it for glory.
I think I'm going to opt out of it. If it
Yeah.
gets incredible reviews, maybe I'll go force myself to watch it. But that's kind of my take. What about you guys? You going to watch this special? It's coming out? Like,
I've
real
never
soon?
liked this universe at all. This version with the Daredevil and the Punisher, it's just never done anything for me. So no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not, because I haven't watched anything from Disney since they fucked up the ending of WandaVision.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
Tuesday.
just be honest.
So 2 days.
It's, I mean, even the stuff that I had interest in, like I wanted to see the Werewolf by Night special, still haven't gotten around to it because I am that close to being at the apathy stage of with Marvel.
Oh
But
yeah,
there's
I
a
am.
couple of things. But there's a couple of things that have, I picked up and it was like, oh, these are actually good. But with the passing of Peter David
Yeah.
and some of the older guard, Jerry Conway has passed since the last time we did the show.
Yeah.
I knowing that what they have left is like, oh, this is what we have to look forward to.
Right. Well, keep in mind Marvel Comics, not the MCU, Marvel Comics, gave out an announcement of their next big project that they're calling Midnight. Now, they didn't give many details, none really, but everyone's assuming it's Midnight Suns. And of course,
Please don't touch the Midnight Suns.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
There was a time where I would have been over the moon for this, but no,
No.
please don't
Well,
touch my group.
everything in the comics is either gay or female anyway now. So you're going to get the gay or female version of Blade and Morbius and all that stuff. Emma Bloodstone, is that her name? Yeah, she'll probably be the
Also,
main.
Bloodstone,
Yeah, she'll probably be the main character, of course. Um,
which it's dumb, but she's not. And she's not even a bad character. I actually
no,
like Elsa,
I don't mind
but they'll
Elsa.
fuck
Yeah,
her.
they will. And we know the comic books will be horrendously woke. But of course, Disney will give you a slightly softer woke version of it, right? They don't go as hard as the comics, of course. But that's what they announced, and I think that's what we're getting. Which comic books are, of course, going to telltale what the movies are going to be. So we're going to be getting some
Yes.
Midnight Sun stuff here in the near future from Disney. And they're going to absolutely abuse the hell out of it, dude. So whatever. Yeah, whatever. Let's move on here. He's going to yell at me. Go ahead, Thunder.
The Penguin Season 2 in development. WGA update points to HBO return. Okay.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind,
Why?
Saffron was like, absolutely not
Yep.
that long ago. He was
Yep.
downplaying any Matt Reeves stuff. Saffron was. And of course, we know
That's
James
right.
Gunn is a jealous little bitch. So, he is against it too. Now, the only reason I put this up here was because they have been bought by Skydance, which of course is connected to Saudis and Kushner and all those people, right? So it could be real, maybe. I would love to see
Hopefully.
it. It would be I think we'd all appreciate another Penguin, a season 2. We know that they say they're moving along with Batman 2. They say, and we've seen they've definitely got the Clayface. They're doing a thing which looked interesting, and we know that they've also affirmed that Penguin does show up in the second movie. So, oh. And I don't know Colin Farrell's contract, but I can't not sit here and think that he didn't love doing what he was doing, seeing as he seemed to be just freaking giggling the whole damn time.
Yeah.
I don't know what Colin thinks personally, but it looked like he was having a blast. So, maybe, maybe that's it. I saw this and I wouldn't have normally put it up because Saffron was quite clear. No, just a few months ago, right? Um, you know,
Right.
and we know what Gunn's take on it is. So I figure it's dead in the water. We all did. But with the Skydance purchase, ah, who knows? But they really seem to be wanting to go the Zack Schneider route. But the people in charge are about money and success, and Batman did make money, didn't it? Penguin was a critically acclaimed hit, so maybe they will. You got any opinion on this, Grimlock?
Not much because I didn't watch any of it.
Oh,
Um,
really? You should.
I
They're fun. Yeah,
I stuck on night. They had race swaps in the Batman movie, so I did not watch the Batman movie.
you're right. You're not wrong. You're right. But I,
And
it was a lot of fun, and the Penguin is just fabulous.
I heard
Fabulous.
I heard the Penguin was great, and from everything because Bernardo has spoken about it quite a bit.
Yep.
Based on what the um everything that I heard from you guys, I thought the way it ended was supposed to be the best possible outcome where it didn't need a second season.
No, I
It
don't think
didn't.
you
No.
do
But
need it. No, I don't think you need it. It was more leaning into the movies. But I would take it
It
if
was very clearly directly leading into what was supposed to be the next movie,
yeah,
but they can't even get that
no.
anywhere. So I think they just decided, if this is true, they just decided, all right, well, let's just move on and make another season.
But this is the best take on Penguin I've ever seen,
Ever. Yeah.
without question. Yeah, yeah. It's the best Penguin. It really, because the comics a lot of times that being a comic book, they tend to lean into hokey, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But so you get a lot of, and they can of course have more license because of super tech or magic or things like that. Whereas these things can't have as much of that. Although Clayface, it's going to be science based, but that's straight on, you know, paranormal, right? And
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Uh, but
yeah,
uh, but yeah, this is my favorite. My second favorite was the Penguin. I can't remember who did that run, but it was beautifully drawn. But that run where Penguin was, typical, short Penguin, but he was like a martial arts freaking genius, and he was just
Yeah.
devastating in combat. That version is fun. That's a fun Penguin. But this is better. And he's surprisingly combat capable, this Penguin, even though he's, the Penguin. Yeah. Anyway, there's nothing more with that. I just put it up because maybe this right here, I want to talk about. Go ahead.
First look at Daphne Keene and Anthony Mackie in Barracuda.
Okay.
What is this?
Well, I brought this up not for this, but for something else. Now, let's take a look at Daphne here on the left. A little bit older, a lot of makeup, Latina, it looks like. And I don't know, maybe. Okay. We get
It's a bad
Anthony
angle,
Mackie.
too.
It
Not a
is.
good angle.
Now, in this, he saves some girl from some drug dealer or terrorist or something like that. And in his escape, he steals the bad guy's Barracuda, and he's trying to get across the American border. It's one of those movies. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit about this movie.
I'm gonna be honest. When you first said Barracuda, I'm like, oh god, they're race swapping a heart biopic.
I know, dude. I thought so too. That's why I looked at it, but they're not. It's unrelated. However, I was
Ooh.
thinking
The
of
baddest.
the old TV shows as well. But nevertheless,
Oh,
that's not what it is. Don't care about this movie at all. I don't think anybody else will either.
Yeah.
The reason I brought this up is really to talk about Anthony. Now, I have given my opinion on Anthony Mackie quite clear over the past, 10 years of doing this show. he's not a leading man. He
He's
doesn't
not.
have any charisma. He's
No.
capable as a background guy, no problem. He's not a bad guy. Well, he's an idiot. He's a racist. Let's
He's
be
great as the buddy. He could be a
well,
great buddy.
yeah, but I'm just saying that he's not that front guy. He can't carry a movie. He has no charisma. He's just a blank, empty, emotional slate.
He doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't. And
Yeah.
not even close. Not even a little bit close. Scarlett Johansson has a lot more than he does, and she can't carry something either, right?
Right.
But nevertheless, I've said this a long time ago. You know what I think of Anthony Mackie, and then of course he went and became super woke. All his racism, he clearly hates white people. So good job. Even though that's where all your money's coming from, buddy. Because I don't think a lot of black people went. You're not Wakanda. Anyway, but however, I wanted to show this because why do they keep giving this guy stuff? Can anyone name a movie he's been in that succeeded?
That he was.
Yeah,
That he was the
main
star
guy.
of.
Yeah, he's the star of. Yeah.
No.
No. Matter of fact, everything he's done has failed kind of spectacularly, but he keeps
As the
getting
main lead,
jobs
yeah.
as the main guy. Even as a side guy, he's been in a lot of failed stuff. But as the main guy, he's been in 10 Marvel movies, right? He's shown up in the background or in the front or in the foreground, front ground.
Right.
But he's never done anything successful. But they keep giving him jobs, and I want to show you the most spectacular example of that. This is a movie came out you never heard of. It just came out recently. You have no clue what it is. You've never heard of it. It's
Yep.
called Anthony Mackie, headliner there, Desert Warrior. This is Saudi Arabia's first attempt to do their own Hollywood thing.
Oh
They're
boy.
trying to literally launch an industry off of this movie. So you're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
well, shit, that's ambitious. It's going to be amazing, right? So this is set in a historical setting. Okay. It's talking about the rise of Islam. Of course it is.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they chose a very mediocre American actor. Okay, you could have done, but you got money. Why didn't you go somewhere bigger? And more importantly, a black man? I mean, we kind of know what the Wahhabis think about black people, a little bit.
Yeah.
We kind of get it. So, but they chose a black dude to represent to tell the story of the rise of Islam. And they said specifically that they wanted this to be their answer to Lawrence of Arabia. Like, okay,
Oh God.
well, that's interesting, right?
One of the greatest films ever made. Yep.
Dude, I'd love to see an honest attempt at doing it. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yep.
But that's
Yeah.
not what we got, dude. This literally
No.
has a 2 rating.
But isn't Lawrence of Arabia one of the most expensive movies ever made too? The OG
At that
one.
time, yeah, no, it was very
Yeah.
expensive, but it's such a great movie. If you haven't seen Lawrence of Arabia, what are you doing? Go watch that. If you like movies at all, you kind of have to watch that. It's so well done. But nevertheless, this movie is not well done. It fails in every single category, and it has been listed because of the amount of money the Saudis spent on this as the biggest flop of all time.
Amazing.
Dude, that is saying
Amazing.
a lot. That's a big statement,
That's saying something considering the Marvels exist.
That's right.
Yeah.
So this absolute collapse just came out, by the way. I know you never heard of it. It just came out, right? Incredible failure. Everything this guy does bombs. This is the worst bomb of all time. And
He's got a shitty agent. That's all I'm hearing here.
Shitty attitude, because every time
Oh,
he
that
come
too.
up, well, no, last thing I heard him, because this did badly, and he's bitching about it, right? And he came up and he was talking. He was like, every movie I've done, everything I've done, I, as a black man, have had to deal with the racism. All the actors, all the costume designer. Everybody in the industry is racist against him, I guess. Even though we're talking
Well,
about
it's funny 'cause
fucking Hollywood.
He wasn't like that when he started, so I'm wondering why he went that way.
But he mean it, though. This isn't like when you see Scarlett say some dumb woke shit and you can see she has no heart in it. He mean it. He's a true believer, dude. He's a full-on woke race hustler now. Well, I wouldn't even say
I
race
mean,
hustler because I think he believes it, right?
he might. He might. I'm just wondering why, because I saw earlier interviews with him and he wasn't like that. So I'm
No, no,
wondering
he
what the
was. He
fuck
didn't used to be.
happened to him. Either
See,
maybe he was lying then. Who knows?
maybe, but he over the years he's irritated me more and more. But I who knows? But I felt like it was genuine, ugly, awful, but genuine. It's not like that idiot we saw in the Tennessee House, Congress, where he went in and you got this kid that came up being a kind of standard quarter zip black boy, right? And
Mhm.
now he's I don't know, Martin Luther X. What a clown. What a freaking clown up there acting like he's some preacher and he's really trying to emulate Martin Luther and Malcolm X, right? And it's just such a clown. How embarrassing for you, dude. Now that guy's a race hustler. He's learning from the best. Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, race hustlers. Ooh, right? But
Seems to be an endless supply of them.
that's right. But I didn't get that feeling out of Anthony, dude. I just didn't. And you're right. Back in the beginning,
He didn't used to be.
no, he was happy to
No,
be there. Yeah.
he was a normal dude. He was actually a little bit based on a lot of things, especially on the woman question. But of course, they couldn't. They couldn't have that, so they had to get him in the cult.
But
Yeah,
this,
to
Now he's
smarten him up.
yeah, this
Yeah.
movie is an absolute disaster. Okay. But yet here he is. He got a new job, working at that. They get that going down. The
Yep.
boring thing. I guess she's the little girl he saved. She looks older than him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a problem.
But the word
I-
girl and Democrat, it can be a confusing thing.
What a surprise! The bad guy of that movie is going to be an old white guy.
Of course.
Who could have saw that coming?
Isn't that interesting? I don't know that he's the bad guy, by the way. But I
You
think,
know,
yeah, I think in the article
they're
it
not
says
even
3 actors.
interesting old white villains. They're just old and white.
Yeah, but it is weird because I'm pretty sure he's racing from Mexico to American border. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's in Canada. Maybe he's trying to get through Canada and come through that border. Maybe. I don't know. Nor do I care. I didn't bring this up for that. I brought this up for this. But this wokey, this racist, they keep giving work over and over again. It's kind of like Zendaya. I mean, she sucks balls, probably literally. However,
I would hope so.
you would.
There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a reason to stick in that relationship.
Right. Well, Tom's a little wokey himself, so I'm sure
He's
there's
also a
something
little
to it.
man.
Well, what is, look, you could be a little bit wokey, but shit, what's wrong with getting your balls sucked dry on the weekend?
Fair enough. I have no argument, Grimlock.
Chester, I have a
It ain't
question
like
for you.
It ain't like she's got a body. She's got to fucking polish them shits like a fucking Uber back.
That is true. Yeah.
I have a question for you, Chester. You were in your day. You were a bit of a man whore. Any of the women you had casual interactions with, did any of them get weird if you tried to kiss them?
No, I'm a good kisser though.
Yeah, okay. But the reason I'm asking this is because there's a story going around of this young man who, well, he's probably he claims to be in his early 30s, who had a casual interaction with a young lady who's in her 20s. She gave him a blowjob, and then they had, normal sex. And during the normal sex, he kissed her, and she freaked out and started telling him about consent. And, obviously they stopped having sex. She put her clothes on and left. And I'm like,
Well,
what?
oh yeah,
What just happened?
I do know about this secondarily, not directly. That's
Yeah.
called a prostitute.
No, he claims she was not. In this story that he's retelling, this was just a woman he went on a very simple little, walking date situation with, asked her if she wanted to come back to his place, and that's what happened. When I responded to this on the internet, I said, I understand the hooker rule, right? I get why they don't want to kiss you, because that's weird, but this wasn't a hooker. But she apparently lost her mind. I didn't know if it never happened to me. I didn't know if it ever happened to you. I don't understand My penis is inside of you. Why does it matter if my lips is on
No,
your lips? I'm confused.
there's no way we would have got to that point without me already have kissed her anyway. There's no way.
That's exactly.
I don't
It's
sit
strange
down and just
behavior.
take my dick out and say, "Get on it, bitch." Although that has happened. That has happened. But that
Listen,
was
sometimes that works. I
yeah,
know
well,
from experience.
no, not I had nothing to do with it. I've been at a couple parties where girls just come up and do shit. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay then. Right? But the date on a date, no, never. The
yeah,
kissing always comes first. But then again, I'm the 3 date rule guy. My generation, right? The first
yeah.
date usually like, coffee, ice cream, something like that, maybe a drink if you're a drinker. Second date, dinner, probably. Third date, something light, sex. If she comes to the third date, she's acknowledging, "Yep, I want to have sex with you." And that's my generation. That's how we did it. Very simple.
My rule was if she agrees, to come out with you, whether it's a full date or just come out with you at all, she's already accepted that she wants to sleep with you. Whether
Well,
or not she
probably.
will
I'm just
is up to you.
That was the decorum of my generation, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's going to. She's just willing to,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
really that's the whole game. Once you get to that point, then it's up to you to land that
No,
plane.
that's true.
Uh,
Advice for all the men listening: women know within like 5 minutes whether they're gonna sleep with you or not, dude.
Yep. And
They
you
know.
can change your mind, but you can't try to change your mind. Meaning if
No.
your intention is to get a woman who said no, who genuinely doesn't want you, to want you, she'll never want you. But you can change your mind through other means, right? I've had it happen personally. A woman who absolutely nothing. She didn't want nothing. And then a few months later, after all of a sudden I had a new girl, all of a sudden
Oh well,
she was all
yeah.
over it.
They're
Yeah.
very competitive.
Or sometimes if you like say you're working with a woman or whatever and you're just you're just around each other a lot, opinions can change.
Yeah.
But if you try to change it, you'll never succeed ever.
Right.
She's
Well,
you're just building the wall higher. She's like nope, 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 nope.
yeah, and another way to tell when you're talking to the girl, she might like this girl right here. She's smiling. She's got a little come hither smile on, but look at her eyes, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing in those. And one way to help you out with that, with reading the eyes, is kind of when you're talking, just kind of lean over, or just don't be stupid and be obvious. But
Right.
get a peripheral look, like look at her eye, not directly from the sides, but maybe at a 20-degree angle to her face, and look at her eye. And if there's a shine in it, she likes you,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
If
I've
there
always
isn't like
another
this right here,
rule.
because I know people don't understand this, but the human eye has a bioluminescence to it. People don't
Yes.
seem to understand that. Eyes do glow, literally. It's very low. It's hard for your eyes to see it, but it is there. Your subconscious knows it. They do.
Yep.
You do give off a glow. You can produce light from your eye, and women will do that when they have that part of their brain on, right?
That's right. That's right. I've always said, personally, especially, and obviously I've been out of the game for a while, but when I was in the game, if she's smiling at you, laughing at you, spending time with you, there's a very good chance she'll sleep with you.
Yeah.
The reason why guys get friend zoned is because they do it to themselves.
Oh yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't make themselves a sexual being in the eyes of this woman who's giving them attention. The reality is, unless you're an incredibly good-looking man, women are not going to give you attention unless they are willing to sleep with you, or at least they're willing to entertain the idea of sleeping with you.
Yeah.
They're not gonna talk to you a lot. They're not gonna smile at you unless they have to, like for a job or something. That's different. Yeah, they just won't. They definitely won't touch you. They'll go out of their way. You'll be like they'll be like a mime in the box, doing everything they can to not touch you even accidentally.
They're always laughing, even if I'm not speaking, looking with that glimmer in the eye,
Yeah.
and they're always touching my ass. And I was like, I'm married, lady. Okay.
Somehow, some way, their hand, their shoulder, their thigh, their whatever is making contact with your body. If that's happening,
Yeah.
if
they
that's
do that.
happening, she's
They'll
interested.
touch you. Now, women will
Yes.
definitely touch you. And honestly, as a dude, when you're talking to a girl that you like, if she's giving any positive feedback whatsoever, you should
Yep.
just kind of
Go for it.
accidentally in the conversation, you'll kind of touch her shoulder, or just a little touch,
Yep.
not grab a hold of it. just kind of
Nudge
like
her.
brush by
Playfully,
or
make a
nudge
joke
her
and nudge her.
away,
Yeah.
just kind of
Yeah.
touch it up, just completely innocent, right? Do that
Right.
and watch the reaction, right?
Yep.
There are a lot of
Yep.
little.
Sit next to her. If you're on a date,
dating
Chester,
education channel? What the hell?
Chester, if you're on a date with the woman, you sit in a booth, sit next to her. Don't sit across from her. You're screwing yourself. You're screwing the pooch. Sit next to her. Now you're automatically like, bam, right? You're bam. You're right there.
Yeah,
it's real easy to
that is
playfully
true.
touch her, right? You can accidentally touch her a lot. Like breaking the touch barrier is one of the biggest things. If you can get a woman to casually touch you, there's a very high chance she'll casually touch your penis. Okay?
Yeah, that's right. But back to the question at hand, however. I'm still confused how we went from walking date to blowjob and a kiss came later.
A kiss came later. They had not kissed, and then they had. He was in the middle of missionary, like he's on top, and he leaned down and kissed her just while he was going at it, and she freaked out, lost her mind, like it was a violation.
That's a full-on whore, dude. Stay away
There's
from that
something.
girl. That's
Well, Chester, I hate to tell you, that's a lot of females nowadays. It's that easy.
But it's ridiculous. And I don't know how you got that far in it anyway. Now
I don't either.
He must be a very young dude because at my age, I need a little bit of inspiration.
It doesn't just pop off, is what you're saying to me.
No.
It takes a little work. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm with you. I've actually been like that most of my life. I love the female form. It's beautiful, but it's very rare that a woman is so like perfect or whatever that I'm like, yep, ready to rock and roll just from looking at her. Now, the first time I saw my wife's tits, I was like, because they're pretty great. Yeah, but other than that, it's pretty rare that that's ever happened to me in life. I've just never, ever since I became sexually active, it's been easy. It's really not that hard to get laid when you just put a little effort in. It's really not that hard.
But it is disturbing that she would be so upset about a kiss, seeing as you're literally
that's weird
with a person. It's like, why would the kiss bother you, but the dick inside you not?
Yes, that was my point. That's why I was wondering if you ever experienced it. No, I never have. Never in my life.
But then again, I've never used the prostitute before. I had.
Well, he claims she wasn't. He claims she wasn't.
That's 100% a whore response, dude. That's what.
Or at least she is. Maybe she wasn't with him. Maybe that was a legit thing, right? But professionally, she's a whore, and it freaked her out. She's like, she didn't know how to handle it. She's separated sex and intimacy so much in her mind because she has to that as soon as somebody breached the barrier, she lost her mind.
That's an impossible thing to do. Sex is an intimate thing.
Well, yes, but you can compartmentalize, right? That's what whores do. They compartmentalize it.
Yes, they do. I don't really know
they have
about
to.
it. I've been around some of them because I worked in the industry, right? But I don't really know.
No, I've never
real damn quiet.
Never paid for it myself. I've never had a need.
No, why? Ew. Yeah. Why would I want that? No.
If I was single and I was
quiet,
just
right.
Yeah, if I was single and I was just, and I think for a while, like say my wife and I split up, I think for a while I'd be done with the whole romance relationship bullshit. I could see it. Get me a couple on rotation, maybe, but probably not because it's still kind of gross, right? You gotta understand, like the other penises go on her on a very regular basis for money. Yeah, I'm good. And I don't like condoms. Don't like them. Don't want them. So if I'm gonna sleep with a whore, I'm gonna have to use them.
Yeah, that's a good thing about being married. Yeah.
You don't
have to worry about that shit, and you save a lot of money being married. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, seeing as I've given Grimlock 3 chances, he doesn't want to talk about it. Let's just.
I have nothing to contribute to.
Okay. He's a good Christian boy. He stays away from the females. Okay. They are the terrible gender.
All right. Go ahead.
Here it is, Mortal Kombat 2 review. Oh, shit. I'm going to tell you right now, Chester, it's a good movie. I liked it.
Everybody's loving it.
I recommend it.
Yeah.
I have complaints, but they're basically the same complaints from the first one, but in a different way. But it's a lot better than it was the first time around. So, They listened to pretty much every major complaint from the first movie, where they introduced weird power systems and this Cole character that was just a complete self-insert or whatever. They fixed all of that. It's actually about the tournament. There is a tournament. There's a Mortal Kombat tournament that happens in this. It expands, more of the lore a little bit. You get to see more of these characters in action. It's just really fun. He's great as Johnny Cage, like we knew he would be. He's hilarious. Kano's back. He's hilarious. They have a great dynamic together. The little bit that they're together, they're funny together. It's just good. Plus, one of the benefits is, and that's a really bad picture of her. She's really pretty. The girl they got to play Katana. That's just not a great picture of her.
That's she's not pretty here. I'll tell you that.
No, but I think she does a pretty good job. She's not, she's not as hot as Katana should be, but she's about as good as you're going to get in 2026. The Sonya chick is attractive, and the best part about them is they're fit, right? They're not just girls who are thin. They threw them in a suit and said, "Here you go." No, they look like they can actually fight. They look like they can move.
McCoy here is complaining about girl power in it, which before you respond, that automatically that seems odd to me. It's Mortal Kombat. There are many females since day one, and they're all tournament level ability. So, what?
Yeah. I'll tell you why he's saying that. This is really a Katana movie. Johnny Cage is a main character. I mean, nothing at all. Johnny Cage is a main character, and then Katana is the other main character. And that's my only complaint, is once again, Liu is sidelined. However, I read an interview. Actually, I'll share the interview. It's got spoilers in it, so we're not going to get too deep into it. But if anybody wants to read it, I'll put it in the, where is it? I'll put it in the chat here. I read an interview from the guy, the director. His name is Jeremy Slater. Or I'm sorry, he's not the director. He's the writer and the producer. And they are making a third one already, so it's already been greenlit. It's already in production. And it's fine, because it's going to make more than enough money, I'm sure. And he said that he has a plan for Liu, that there's a story, and they do set it up here, of what Liu's going to be doing, and it sounds like in the third film he's going to take more of a center stage. Him and Kung Lao especially are going to take more of a center stage. Right. I think you're going to see much more from Shang Tsung, because apparently they had to cut a bunch of Shang stuff in this one just for time. So you're going to see more of him, you're going to see more of Quan Chi, you're going to see more of these characters. This is really, honestly, the introduction of Johnny Cage, getting him in the group, and Katana and Shao Kahn's movie, right? It's about their feud, effectively, their history. And that's fine. I have no problem with that, because Katana's a well-established character. Yeah. She's a badass. Everybody loves Katana. She's the princess. Her and the only other complaint I have with it is really a minor thing, but it's a little bit of a gripe. Shao is basically all over the place. Shao Kahn is. He's in. I think he's in the most fights out of any character in the whole thing, and that seems a little silly to me, to have your final boss type character to be everywhere. Yeah. He should have more. His flunky should be more competent, is my point. And that's a little bit of a shame, but it's a minor thing. It's not that big of a deal. He's awesome. They do a great job with him. Liu's awesome, even though Liu does get sidelined because they're not telling his story really. He's awesome. With the stuff that we get from him, he's a complete badass. I'm not going to spoil it.
The great fight scene with him in it, yeah.
Oh, he's phenomenal from beginning to end as a fighter, and he's super badass. The scene that I think is even in the trailers where he summons the two flaming dragons, is awesome. He's just great. And so it's not... A lot of times when characters get sidelined like that, they get shit on a little bit, right? We've seen that 1,000 times. They don't do that with Liu. None of that happens. So I get where the girl boss thing comes from, because it's about Katana, very much so. But she's Katana. Yeah. She should get her revenge. She should. I mean, at the very beginning of the movie, this is literally the beginning of the movie, so it's not really a spoiler. They show Shao Kahn killing her father and taking over.
Sure.
So they're telling you right out of the gate, guys. That's what we're doing here. We're telling this story. Okay, that's fine. No problem with I have no problem with it. I think a lot of people just are looking for reasons to be butthurt. But it's very clear that the reason they did that here is because he's building to the third film, which is going to be bigger. And it's going to have even more characters in it. And quite literally, the end of the movie is the characters that are around that have survived saying, we have to go get our friends now, basically. Go get our friends back. The ones who got killed or who were lost or whatever. So that's the point, right? They set up Shinnok. He's coming, obviously. He said he's probably, in that interview, he said the plan isn't necessarily for him to come in the third film, so apparently he plans on doing more than 3, which you could with Mortal Kombat easily. Yeah. So most likely, if you remember back about 20 years ago, there was a game called Deadly Alliance that came out, which was about Shang Tsung and Quan Chi teaming up to overthrow everybody. I think that's where we're heading with the next movie. Will be the plot. It will be basically based off of that, the Deadly Alliance, which is fine. I love that game. So he also said, as a fan, if he had his way, he would get to do spin-off stuff, right? It's not up for him to call it, right? Obviously, he doesn't get to make that call. He would love to do a movie with just Sonya and Jax and just do a Special Forces movie about their escapades. He'd love to do a Shaolin Monks one about Kung Lao and Liu Kang, just doing Kung Lao and Liu Kang shit. Like, he would love to do that. He just doesn't get to make that call. So he's trying to give all these characters their due. Scorpion's great again. Sonata is the man. My wife I need to keep her out of Japan, Chester, because as soon as that old Japanese man walked onto the screen, she goes, "Man, he's handsome." He's like, I don't get it, but some women love him. They love I know too. My wife and Mr. Miracle's wife think he's a beautiful man, Mr. Sonata. They can't get enough. I don't get it personally, but whatever. But he's great as Scorpion. He's phenomenal when he shows up. He's not in it very long, but he's in it near the end, which is how he was in the last one. And he even said in this interview that he would love to do more with Scorpion. He wants to do more with him. There's just only so much screen time. It's really good. It's really good. The fatalities are, brutal. And that's nice. They don't skimp on that at all. For instance, one guy gets not just decapitated, Chester, their head gets utterly crushed and then pushed into a vat of acid.
Fatalities, right?
Yeah, so it's very well done. The fight between Liu Kang's main fight of the tournament that he has is beautiful. It's set, if you remember, I think it's in MK2, where they're on like this long bridge, and in the background is this like swirling purple and blue vortex. It's a beautiful set piece. That's where it's set at. It looks amazing. And it's just one of the things that these movies we've all said they need to do is just lean into it, right? Go fantastical with it. Don't try to bring it down and ground it, and kind of like the same complaint we have with the Punisher. You're humanizing him too much. You're making it too real. Don't do that. Let it be what it is. Let it be campy. Let it be a little silly, like this movie is. Johnny Cage especially, Kano especially. They're a little silly, right? They're cutting one-liners and doing jokes, and the very introduction of Johnny is supposed to be a trailer or a scene from one of his old movies, and it's just ridiculous, over the top, mid-90s, early or late 80s kind of action, where he's flipping everybody off, and he jumps and does the splits in the air, and a missile goes under his legs and hits a helicopter. Just ridiculous shit. They're leaning into it, right? That's the thing they need to do for these movies to work. Plus, have some respect for the lore. And he does a great job with that. Like I said, he's a fan. He's very open about his fandom of Mortal Kombat. He loves these characters. He loves the world. And it shows. That's the difference. The difference between Michael Bay making a Transformers movie and this guy making a Mortal Kombat movie is that he actually loves what he's making. He loves the source material. And it shows. And that's important. And I highly recommend it. I think we have this one. We have Street Fighter coming later this year. If you're a Mortal Kombat fan, go watch it. You will not be disappointed. Well, the fact that we get an awesome fight with Noob Saibot in it, and he's doing Noob Saibot shit, is so cool. I love it. I love watching it. The only real complaints, like I said, are mostly minor. and I think is intentional. I think the Liu Kang thing is intentional. I think we're going to see it go more towards him being the main focus in the third film, and that's a good thing. So hopefully that's what happens, and that's where we go. And when we get this third movie, like I said, it's already in production. We get to see more of that. The fact that some people are upset. Hang on one second. The fact that some people are upset that it focuses on Katana, I understand why you are, because of the artifacts of the woke bullshit. But that's not what this movie is. Katana deserves her revenge, and that's what the story's about. And I have no problem with that. I love that. Give me more of that. These characters are good. Jade's awesome, right? Jade's in it. Awesome character.
Although
I just think
put a damn bald cap on her.
Yeah, well, they've balded her up in the games recently too. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, no, I think they did a good job. The casting's really well done. Everybody looks the part. There's no weird race swaps for no reason, or any of that shit. And even the guy who plays Shao Kahn does a great job. He's a big son of a bitch, whoever he is. He does a great job. And I can't say it enough. If you like Mortal Kombat, don't worry about the first movie. It largely doesn't matter. You'll like this film. You'll like this movie. I do think so. I liked it a lot. The wife liked it a lot. And it was fun. Only real complaint is Lou needs to get back his franchise, damn it. What are we doing here?
True.
Please.
Well, the critics loved it.
Yeah.
So I've heard nothing but happiness. They've made a couple little statements, but after the little complaints, they're like, who cares? It's Mortal Kombat. It's exactly what
fun.
you want. Yeah, so
Yep.
that's the main thing. As far as your wife and your wives over there, Sonata. Well,
they love him.
Yeah, well, the guy has been married twice.
Yep.
Both of them ended in ridiculous level of scandal.
Of course.
It actually kind of destroyed his career back in '97. And he disappeared for a long time, and it was Hollywood that brought him back because he had a bad scandal here. And since '97, not a peep come out of him. So I don't know. He might well be celibate.
Could be.
But
Could be.
yeah,
Chester, if he's good looking, that'll just make the women want him more. You know how they are.
that's true.
You know how they are. Now, if he's
His scandal was so bad, he lost custody of his children, dude, in Japan.
Chester, you're just making him hotter. I hope you understand you know how women are.
I do.
Come on.
I do.
That's just making it more appealing.
But anyway, let me, now with that said, oh, sorry, it's not what I wanted. Now with that said, let's go take a look here and see how it did, shall we?
How has it done?
All right, so The Devil Wears Prada, I don't care, but of course it makes money. This is Disney, by the way. Holy shit. That made
Yep.
money. That made money.
Yep.
I never saw the first one. I didn't even know what it's about, but it's not for me. Okay.
It's
You
just
don't want to.
Yeah. Of course, we've got a Warner Brothers here. Mortal Kombat 30. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
That's
That international number is rough. But that domestic's pretty good. I can't imagine this movie costs too much. It doesn't have any huge names in it. Carl's the biggest star in it.
right. That's not enough, though. You know it's not.
The effects aren't crazy over the top. Like, they're there, obviously, which is nice. One of the other things that's really nice is everybody has their abilities and they use them, right? There's none of this weird only see it one time bullshit that a lot of these movies like to do. I think it'll be okay. Like I said, they already have the third movie is already in production or pre-production, so they know where they're trying to go with this, obviously. And I think what I'd imagine is that first movie made a lot of its money back through streaming, stuff like that.
Maybe.
One of the things we have to understand is it's very clear the market has changed, and that the big box office release, which by the way, it's still not even in all theaters. There's still about 1,000 theaters it's not in yet. Or if it even will be. It's only in 3,500 theaters. There's about 4,500 theaters in America. So what we have to recognize is the big box office release for a lot of these movies isn't the point. That's just the money on top that they can use to market to sell the streaming services.
I
and
am
other
surprised by that
things.
number though, because I've heard a lot of good, positive word of mouth on it. I haven't really
Yeah.
heard anybody super knocking it. That I expected we were going to be looking at 100, 120 million here.
Where has it not released yet? And
I
it's
don't-
Mother's Day, which was Mother's Day weekend is kind of a weird weekend of release Mortal Kombat.
That is true.
Right?
That is
Not all
true.
women are like my wife
That
and
is
would
true.
love to watch
So
great violence.
we'll take
Yeah,
a look.
you're not beating a chick flick on Mother's Day weekend.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
bad. I think they should have waited a week or two. I think they'd have done better.
Well, let's take a look at it next
Memorial
week.
Day
See if it
weekend
picks
would have been
up,
perfect.
right? Yeah, let's see if
Yep.
it picks up more next week. But we'll
And
see.
it might not be out everywhere yet, right? So the international number is really low. It might not even be in many countries yet. A lot of times that happens. It just gets spaced out.
Hugh Jackman's little, well, he's barely in it, but a little animated movie, Sheep Detectives.
Yep.
Billie Eilish hit me hard, and okay, I'll hit you hard.
Boy.
Yeah, she said.
All right, come here. I'll punch you right in the fucking face, I guess. What do you...
I need somebody to draw that Billie Eilish hit me hard. Chester going up the
Just
mountain to
walks
get
up
his
to her,
favorite rock.
punches her in the face.
That's right. Are you picking on my rock again? Leave my rock alone.
Go back up there real quick. Let's see where Mario's at currently. I know it's got to be. Let's see how it's doing. It was up there a ways. I seen it. Keep going. There she is, number 6.
Oh, dude.
Oh, it's about to break it. It's gonna do it. I'm happy for it. I'm happy. That makes me happy. That makes me happy.
And,
Makes me a happy boy.
You're gonna get more of it, and that's great. Project Hail Mary. Let's take a look at that as well. Yeah, that's
Did all right.
That did really well. Really, really well.
Yeah, that's
320 million
probably
that's great.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, I mean Ryan's probably getting 15, 20 for this, and he's the only person really in it, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, and that's really good. They really had success with that. The Python. Then a lot of movies came out this weekend. You would figure you had at least one Mother's Day styled thing, but nothing.
Yep. Well, The Devil Wears Prada. That was the move. That was a smart move.
It?
Put that out there on Mother's Day.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Put it.
So the first one, it's a chick movie, obviously. And the first one was generationally pretty big deal back in the day for that.
I just have no idea what it's even about.
It's basically about this really cunty like I think it's a fashion magazine or something like that. Like the director of one, the editor, she's like the boss of it.
Yeah.
And her new assistant, basically. And it's just her just being a total bitch. Is the idea. And then there's stuff happens after that, but that's the main hook of it, is her being a total bitch to her assistant, basically.
No devil in it. It's not.
Oh, it's a metaphor. She's the devil. She's mean. She's mean, Chester. Real mean.
It would have been cooler if she was literally the devil.
Actually, Satan.
Yeah, that would have been cooler. Kind of like what was that movie with Keanu Reeves and
Devil's Advocate?
Devil's Advocate. Yeah, that was fun.
Oh, I love it. That's such a good movie.
It was fun.
Such a good.
Yeah. First time I saw that movie, it was in a driving theater, Drive-In 30. One of the last times I was at one. It's really a shame those things went away. They were fun.
They were.
Yeah.
Very novelty, though. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that the end of that movie where he turns the guy. He was pretending to be this other guy, and he turns back into the devil, and talks about vanity being his favorite sin. I find that funny. It's just it was just perfect line. Vanity is definitely my favorite sin.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a fun little movie. It's one of those just fun things. But nevertheless, not much of a movie weekend, unfortunately. But we'll see. Hopefully, Mortal Kombat will do better next week, because we definitely want to see more of it. Like I said, everyone's like, well, it's not the greatest ever movie ever made, which of course it's not. But the common phrase I saw from all the critics I checked out on it was, it's exactly what I wanted. It's what it should be. And that's a great thing. And
There you go, Chester.
I haven't seen it, but from the trailers, I would assume it looked like everyone was having good fun. So
Good time. Luckily for them, it was super low budget. Mortal Kombat 2 recoups reported budget in just 3 days. So its opening weekend had already made back its filming budget. Now, obviously, you have the marketing budget and everything. That's probably not factored into this.
so it
But that's
was
good.
cheap. Okay.
Yeah, super.
right.
He's the only person with a name, and I mean, Carl is. We love Carl, but he's not like that guy, right? He's not pulling in huge numbers. Everybody else is, besides Sonata having this weird niche thing with older women that seem to love him. Nobody else in there is, and he's barely even in it. Nobody else in there is even anybody. Like you wouldn't recognize him. So yeah, I think it's super cheap to make this movie.
Which
Like I
is
said, the
smart.
effects aren't crazy over the top. There's not a ton of it. They're there, obviously, but they're not crazy over the top, and they don't need to be. And yeah, I think they did a really good job. It seems like the guys making it are super professional, which is helpful. And they, like I said, they just seem to really love what they're doing. It's kind of like the guy who makes the Godzilla movies, the MonsterVerse movies.
Oh, yeah.
He just loves them. He loves that whole deal, kaiju genre, whatever you want to call it, and it shows. And that's what we need. That was always the problem with video game adaptations. Is the people making it didn't care, they didn't give a shit. They saw something that makes money and they decided to try to make a movie out of it, and that sucks. It didn't work. It never worked. There was no good adaptation until very recently, and it really started honestly with that Sonic movie when they took our feedback and said, okay, we'll redo that, and they did it, and we've been off to the races ever since.
Yeah.
Old Sonic, he did it again. Old Sonic did it again. He changed the world.
That is great. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Here in Japan, if they were referring to it, just as a genre, I guess they would say Dai Kaiju. But
Yep.
I don't really hear Japanese say kaiju in regards to those movies very much.
Hmm.
I don't know why, but they really don't. It's Gojira, you know.
Yeah.
And they don't really talk about King Kong very much. I don't think they care for King Kong very much. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to
He's
ask some
American.
people. Yeah, that's true. I'd have to ask because we say kaiju. We do. And of course, kaiju, it means monster. They would say dai kaiju, which means giant monster. But I don't know if they refer. I have to ask. I will ask. But nevertheless, of course, I'm off for the first part of today, so no big deal. I am like literally an hour past my time. Today was long. But we did have some good conversations. We looked at some of the entertainment stuff, good and bad. Good fun. Yeah, I especially enjoyed the little alien conversation. That was fun.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
interesting. When you get a chance to see Mortal Kombat 2, Chester, whether you actually go see it or you just wait till it's out, I think the character you're going to love besides Johnny, because he's great, is Kano. You're going to have a great time with Kano.
Well, he was
he's
the best
funny.
part of the first movie. So
Oh,
yeah.
by far, and besides Carl, he's the best part of this too. He's just great.
Yeah.
He's-
No, my wife and I talked about going to see it in the theater actually, because we haven't been in a while. Last
You
one
should.
we went was Mission Impossible, and that was.
I still got to watch that. I keep forgetting about it.
Watch it on the TV. It's not worth the theater, dude. Because
It's not in there.
yeah, well, it's a COVID movie, and everything is close-up shots because of it. So, unfortunately. But anyway, I gotta go. So,
Get out of here, Chester.
So, Grimlock, you got something to say, buddy?
Well, it was Mother's Day.
Oh yeah.
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, and do not forget, because I know these feminists will try to tell you being a mom is being a slave of some kind, but
So stupid.
I don't see how being one of the most important things to a young child is being the first teacher,
Or human life.
is being a slave. And when I say the first teacher, it's not just teaching your kids ABCs and how to count. The teaching is, values and morals and what'll become culture as that kid becomes an adult.
Mm-hmm.
And you just look around and see what's going on, and you can see where there was a lot of kids who didn't have that growing up,
Right.
and we're all fucking paying for it now.
Oh yeah.
So do not let these people tell you that that's not important, and going out and pretending to be something you're not's more important. Being the first teacher to a brand new life is a very important job,
You
and
know,
you should be proud of it. And that's why we honor you on Mother's Day.
absolutely. Amen. All right, Thunder Arrow, take us out of here, man.
Master is not the one who completes his training. Master is the one who never stops.
Ladies, stay away from Sonata. It's not a good guy. Namaste, everybody.